singing along to the riff of the music. And Czechia, of course, with plenty of fantastic composers and musicians. That was fun.
It certainly was. And got a sense that tonight will be fun. We're still getting over yesterday, aren't we? The Polish Great Britain contest between Katie Bolter and Iga Świątek.
That was the best match of the tournament. 3 hours of incredible intensity and high quality tennis, and we were so lucky to be part of all that. Great showing by Katie Bolter. Best matches I've seen her play.
Considering the level, the time that she was out there, and the time of the year it was. I mean, they've set the bar very high, haven't they? Out right off the bat. And I have to say, Paolini and Mukova are going to have to go some to match it. But we think this might be something special as well. We're being treated at the beginning of this tennis season. Jasmine Paolini, the Italian #1 in the world. Mukova, the second best Czech.
Ladies, can we please just take 2 photos after the coin toss? One with Rose and then one with you, and the rest is the same. Any questions? No? Your choice? We have Australian Open or John Newcomb. Australian Open. Australian Open it is. Rose, go.
Rose is in charge. She's one of the hot shots.
She has chosen. So we have Australian Open. She chose this one. So, yeah. John Newcomb, you serve? It's fantastic, no? And to end the photo?
Paolini wins us. I have to say, I saw Rose hitting early. She's got a mean forehand. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving of that. Well done. Well, the gloves are certainly going to be offered tonight. The last of the quarterfinals, and a place in the weekend to join Poland, United States and Kazakhstan in the semis. Wonderful way to start the year. As I said, players have been practicing a lot and getting ready for this, but they've also had a very enjoyable time in Sydney as well. No more so than Carolina. Great to have her back, because she wasn't here last year, was she? She was building up for wrist surgery, but still only 28 years of age, Andrea.
Only 28 years of age, and to me it's incredible that she's already ranked 22nd in the world because of the 6 months she's missed after that wrist surgery. Just shows the quality of her tennis, and it wouldn't be a Karolina Muchova match if not one person would mention that she's probably the most talented player on the tour right now. So here I am saying it.
It's in our contract.
Yes, exactly.
Whatever match we do with Karolina Muchova, just mention she's the most talented. Well, I have to say, rivaling that line might be another 28-year-old. She is about 7 months older
3 minutes.
than her opponent tonight, and she also has a whole suite of skills, doesn't she? The young woman from Tuscany, who has delighted everyone with her smile and her energy and her whole bonhomie on the tennis court, at a career high ranking of 4 in singles, but she's also 10 in the doubles. The sense we're going to be absolutely delighted tonight, but we've got to make sense of this head-to-head, because Mukova has absolutely owned it, and this is a rivalry that goes back now 7 years, all the way back to
2019, I think.
2018.
2018.
Even further, on the grass.
Were you surprised when you saw that head-to-head?
I was really surprised.
Me too.
Yeah.
I was really, and I remembered I saw the match between the two at the US Open. Karolina was playing beautiful tennis, but it was a fine match. Just a lot of variety out there, a lot of net attacks. But still, I was surprised by the 4-0 head-to-head, and we'll see whether Jasmine Paolini can remedy that today.
Weather certainly has sat there. It was very cloudy this morning, but the sun sort of poked his head out in the afternoon. It got up to about 27 degrees, and it's okay. I have to say, enjoy it now, because we are going to have a monster weekend. It's going to be so hot, so enjoy it while you can. But a perfect playing conditions as we had last night under the roof here on the Ken Rosewall Arena. We're all set for the last of the quarterfinals, and we're going to have a word with the Czech captain, Daniel Vacek. Daniel,
1 minute.
We are, if you look straight ahead of you above the umpire's chair, it's Sam Smith, and born 1971, and Andrea Petkovic.
The best vintage.
The best vintage, the only vintage. We were musing in the commentary box. Why do you feel Karina has such a good record against Jasmine?
Yeah, it could be the type of the game she's playing. I think she's taking the time away from Jasmine and doesn't let her play those long rallies. So maybe that's what she doesn't like. We'll have to see. I mean, Jasmine improved tremendously. She's had fantastic last year. And Carolina was 6 months out, so we have to see how she's going to manage tonight.
Hi Daniel, this is Andrea. Will that be the gameplay to try and keep the points short and Carolina trying to make the difference in the first few shots? Is this the game plan today?
Yeah, I think that's the game plan. She has to do that.
Daniel, as a first-time captain here, what have you most enjoyed about the United Cup, and what have you been most pleased about with your team, either on and off the court?
We have a fantastic team. It's a great atmosphere. And we're all really enjoying it. It's great hospitality. The event is run wonderfully, and we're really all very happy. So thank you so much for everything, and we go to the match.
Daniel,
thank you.
Last quick question. Who is the chap sitting next to you? Because he talks a lot to Carolina.
Yeah, that's her coach. Emil.
And what's his name?
Emil Rischke.
That's it. Okay, thank you for reminding me. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Jasmine Paolini, representing Team Italy to serve. Play. Love 15.
Fifth meeting between these two. There are some players you don't play on the tour for years and years, and there's some that you just keep bumping into. Both were born in 1996. Jasmine's around 7 months older than her opponent today. I had a look at their junior records in the ITF, the under-18 events. They didn't play each other. They've certainly seen a lot on the tour. It might be worth noting that tomorrow is Jasmine's birthday. Getting closer to the big 3-0.
13-15.
Captain Renzo Forlan, who was the personal coach as well of Jasmine Paolini. He's been working with her for about 4 years full-time, but he was always in the background for a few years before that. But actually it was in 2021 that she started to really make a move.
Has been around for around 8 years in Jasmine's development, and you can really see the steps she has taken forward. Is more aggressive, particularly on that forehand side. We just saw this beautiful winner. Just a bit overzealous there, but we already get a glimpse of what might await us today. Two of the most natural players on the WTA Tour when it comes to net play.
Yeah, we know we're in for a good evening when they're both up at the net in the first game. Swinging very freely. An excellent start from Paolini. Laura Robson, you are with us courtside with our happy trio. They last played at the US Open, Mukova winning 3-3. What do you remember from that encounter?
I'm so glad you mentioned it, because I actually did the commentary on that match, and it just to me felt like Mukova was doing such a great job of kicking out the serve and then playing into the open space, and she actually did come forward quite a bit in that matchup, and she was going higher into Paolini's backhand just to get it above the shoulder and just relentlessly playing that same pattern. And so Jasmine, you know, is a pretty routine scoreline in the end, and she didn't really get herself as involved as she'd like to, and I just love that she started here coming forward straight away. You see a bunch of variety in the first game of the match.
Karolina Muchova representing Team Czechia.
Italians very comfortable winners of Group D, beating Switzerland 3-love and France by the same scoreline. But the Czechs, they snuck through in Group B as one of the best runners-up to Poland. Karolina beating the Norwegian #1, being beaten by Iga Świątek.
And you can already see that more aggressive stance she is taking, Jasmine Paolini, trying to rectify that loss at the US Open. Goes after it straight away.
She'll be having US Open flashbacks with that kind of serve placement. That was the one that she just could not get out of, get so trapped up in the backhand.
That's textbook tennis, TBT as I like to call it, and a particularly nice page out of Muchova's playbook. The serve out wide, opening the space, then into the open corner and finishing at the net. If she could have every point exactly that way, she would be happy as a clam.
And in a big match encounter, always good to get that first smash done and dusted, isn't it? Get it out of the way.
Clearly the strategy for Paolini is to go after those second serves. We saw it with Iga Świątek in the previous match, who did exactly the same thing. The Italian team studying their opponents well.
And Smukova beaten in straight sets with a very competitive 6-3, 6-4 against Iga Świątek, the Polish #1.
Yeah, that was a lot closer than the scoreline really suggested. A lot of tight games in that match.
Yes. Advantage team Czechia.
So a tough run, hasn't she? On the injury front, the game of snakes and ladders that she's played over the years, with her body, ankles heavily taped, and there'll be some strapping under that right wrist, because that's what she had operated on almost a year ago now. She is literally stuck together.
Yes.
And in fact, she was out actually much longer from when she had the operation in February. I remember her coming back at Eastbourne on the grass, because she hurt herself at the US Open before that and really barely played. Qualified for the season finals, but couldn't play. So it was a big layoff.
Yeah, she tried to get ready without that surgery, tried everything in her power to not have to do it, but in the end just couldn't get around it.
You don't want to have wrist surgery unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a complicated part of the body.
Too many bones in there.
Yeah. Stay away. Service game that she had to work for. Both women safely aboard in this first of 3 matches here at the quarter-final stage.
Wrists don't really get better on their own either.
You would know, Laura.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, you can only do so much to such a small area of the body. More often than not, especially in tennis, it's so wrist dominant that people end up on the operating table.
There was some of these higher balls that Laura mentioned earlier on that she used in this US Open match to get it up and above the shoulder of Jasmine Paolini and push her back behind the baseline if possible.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Petko, but I don't necessarily agree that Carolina's game plan today is to keep the point short. I think it's to keep control of the depth of the rally and then make sure she's getting the height. For sure, she's going to come in and serve and volley and return and volley occasionally.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that we saw it in the previous point. The one way you can push Paulini back behind the baseline is with these higher topspin shots, and Muchova has the capability to pull them off. Paulini is on the shorter side on the WTA Tour. Fantastic athlete, but still. And plus she plays those short points really well, Laura, right? She's so good in taking the ball early. And
yeah. And Paulini, when it's in her strike zone, has done tremendous work over the last year.
Game, Team Italy.
On serve so far in this first set.
Team Italy leads by 2-0.
Well, the Italians have tried surfing. The French have been at the zoo. But I'm not too sure that many of the players have had a chance to get out to the eastern beaches, out to Bondi, where the waves are a little bigger. Paulini had a go at surfing at Urban Surf, which is a man-made wave pool.
she was so good.
And she got up on the board.
That was embarrassing for all of us others.
Low center of gravity.
Yes, who tried to do it and fell in the ocean a million times, and she was just bam on it.
Italy against Czechia, 3 matches, a women's singles followed by the men, and then potentially a deciding mixed doubles to see who will go through to the weekend. And we have blockbuster matches here at the Ken Rosewell Arena. Captain Furlan, very good player in his time, top 20, 4th round at the Australian Open, and the WTA Coach of the Year. That smile lit up the centre court. last English summer. Beaten in the end by Barbora Krejcikova, the #1 Czech. There are a lot of them around. There are actually 7 in the world's top 50 currently.
And you can just sense both players still feeling each other out, testing the waters, changing up some paces and heights above the net to see how the other one will react. They do both have all the shots in the book. So I just feeling out the other side.
40 love.
She's quite a phlegmatic character, isn't she? Karolina Kaya to her friend Mukova. Never knowingly rushed or phased.
Game, Team Czechia. 2 games all.
Laura, you're with the Italians.
Got Angelica Moratelli with me. Angelica, this is a really tough matchup for Team Italy. Jasmine's head-to-head against Karolina has not been great for her. What does she have to do today?
For sure, will be super tough for Jasmine, but I think also for Karolina. I mean, this match will be super tight, and for sure they're gonna play in a few really close points. So I would say just to play her game, and she's playing amazing. She's in confidence and just trust on her game and do it. So I think they're gonna try to be aggressive and just play like as how she can do it, and I think it would be amazing.
Exactly. In the first couple of matches this week, she played super dominant on the baseline. That has to play a part today, but is that something that you've noticed this year even more of than previous seasons?
I think she's gonna try to play more on the net, and she can have more confidence also there, so she can maybe try to go more often on the net and play more aggressive than how she can do it. And I think she can do it, and she's on her game and just playing on the net and can be more aggressive than as she is.
I know you support a number one. How loud are you going to get today?
A lot. This is my job today.
I'll let you get back to it then.
Thank you. Thank you.
And she might need to get loud because Paolini's in a spot of bother here. Hasn't really been put under too much pressure. Just a couple of games against returning mum Belinda Bencic in a 3-love win against Switzerland, and then a couple of games again against Chloé Baquet of France. This is the first test of the new season.
Yeah, it truly is, especially when you play somebody that you've lost 4 times against. It also gives you a certain kind of freedom and liberty to try new things, knowing that the old ways haven't worked.
He might be getting that sinking feeling again here. Early chance for the Czech.
Yes.
Too strong. And another chance to break.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
Dihaj means breathe, breathe, trying to relax his player here, Daniel.
Great save.
Use.
You can just feel a bit of apprehension in the air. Both players are sort of looking over to the other side, what might come, because there is so much variety. And Renzo Forlan just said to Jasmine Paolini to go for the body. Let's see if she does. And she did, but yeah, she's frustrated. She did do what Renzo told her, but just didn't quite do it decisively enough. And the problem with the body serve, if you don't get kilometers an hour on it, your opponent will have just enough time to take the step out of the way and lean on it.
You've got us covered, haven't you, on the translation front?
There was a Czech, I only understand this one word, and accidentally he used exactly the word.
You shouldn't have told us that, because we were so impressed.
Yeah,
wow.
No. That's I played doubles with a Czech girl when we were a junior, and her coach always told her "dihaj, dihaj," and I asked her eventually, "What does that mean?" Beautiful hands from Carolina Reitler. That's what you wanted to say.
I wanted to say that, but Paolini had done such a good job of this forehand here, hugging the baseline, making sure she didn't drop back, and then straight away went for the move. And I felt like wanted it so badly that she just rushed onto it too much.
Fourth break point in this game. So far, Paolini's produced a first serve on the previous three. Can she do it again here? Oh my goodness.
Stunning point, and she did exactly what Muchova did to her in the previous point. Dropped it just low, and then the lob. So nicely done under pressure.
So back to deuce for a fourth time in this game. But not even half an hour in.
Advantage, Team Italy.
Not even a smile from Renzo, huh?
Wow, wonderful. What skill. She's human.
Yes.
And off the forehand side, she's hit the least forehand unforced errors in the tournament, the least amount. And that one just, for me, was because the legs weren't there yet.
Yeah, only 9, in fact, in the entire tournament of that wing for Jasmine Paolini.
Oh, it's just some way to save your serve.
Advantage, Team Italy.
They're both just destroying my self-esteem that I used to have as a tennis player. Knowing of all the things I never knew how to do.
They're both playing so well under pressure. A pressure point is a point that leads to a break point or a game point. So the love 30s, the 15-30s, the juice points, and we're racking them up already. It's only the 5th game.
Used.
Coach Daniel Vartek, very experienced, former top doubles player. And a very good singles player as well. It's a good time to be Czech. It's a good time to be Italian in tennis. Has she made it? She has. Oh.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
Can every tennis match be like this? You just bottle this. Mukova cutting it fine. Brings up a 5th break point in this game. Oh, she's got it!
Game, Team
What
Czechia.
a game, what a break! Czechia make the first move.
Team Czechia leads by 3 games to 2.
No, ještě jednou to říkej se pak normálně pobliju tady. Já to nemůžu slyšet.
Ale na něj to myslí, na něj.
Ne.
Vy vůbec nevíte, jak to bylo, ale.
Za to může on.
Tak když to takhle řekneš, no tak on je plnoletý, povídej, že to.
Že jo.
The last quarterfinal might be the best. We've been saving it for you. Very special opening half an hour here. Team Italy against Team Czechia. It's the Czechs with the early break, but the tennis has been out of this world.
Time.
And a very different matchup from the women's singles last night. It was brilliant, Bolter against Fiontek, but they hit the living daylights out of the ball. This is a very different game of tennis entirely.
And that should be the game plan for Paolini going forward. That's why we see her using that forehand down the line return on the do side. She is trying to get into the backhand of Muchova right here, the little higher one. The one thing she doesn't like that much, and then into the open space. She can pull that off, Paolini.
Carolina's been doing a great job with the backhand slice, though. As soon as it goes too far out into that corner, she knows what the game plan from Paolini is, and then you see her drop into the slice, and it's like point starts again. Such a neutral shot. Jasmine wants the power coming into her racket to then redirect it with that one line.
The slice backhand in the last few years has made a comeback. It was almost extinct at one point. Particularly the defensive slice out of that corner. Kochova Emil, Kochova Muchova. She's had a few different ones over the years.
Ash Barty brought the slice back. It's here to stay.
It's now breeding on the women's tour, pleased to say. I'm sure Steffi Graf will be very happy with that one.
Yes.
Don't think anyone's got as good a slice as Steffi, though. Not yet.
Yes.
Landed.
She made it.
Advantage, Team Italy.
So now, chance to get the immediate break back.
And this is the classic case when you tell yourself to go for it, but then just before you hit it, you also want to make it, you know, and then you're in this weird in-between land of not having gone for it 100% decisively.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
You can just see her catch the frame a bit there. That used to be a weakness of Paolini's 4 or 5 years back. has improved that wing tremendously.
Game, Team Czechia.
Coolly done.
Team Czechia leads. 9-4 against the 2.
Give a wipe to the camera, you're squaring to
Love 15. On.
It's time 12 months ago, Pauli ranked at 30 in the world. She's top 5.
(30-15).
It was so impressive after those 2 Grand Slam finals that she didn't tail off to the rest of the year. Still had a good run to the last 16 at the US Open. Olympic gold
40-15
in the doubles. Heavy show finals, first appearance there. And then won the Billie Jean King Cup with Italy. And then 2 weeks to put her feet up in Tuscany and then back out there again. Great season.
I wouldn't be approaching the forehand side too often.
30.
Yeah, that's the side of Muchova's where she can really go both ways. Hard to detect where she is going to go. Great acceleration.
Makes it look easy. And a 3rd consecutive juice game now.
Gem Korea's favorite gameplay, the crush and rush. And Laura, it looks to me like that Muchova taking time away from Paolini has made her lose clarity, or she seems to play every ball differently, you know?
There's definitely no standout game plan right now. It's like some points she goes too much to the forehand, other points she tries to just go for too much into Muchova's backhand side. I mean, if it was an easy game plan, then everyone would be doing it, but she's definitely looking a little lost.
And it's a double break.
Team Czechia.
Team Czechia dominating this first set now.
New balls. Team Czechia leads by 5 games to 2.
Nerušit, prosím tě, ručím. Díky.
Completely unfazed, isn't she?
Yeah,
in this matchup.
Yeah, one of her, we always talk about her beautiful game, but one of her biggest strength is her calm demeanor. She seems always to be within herself, rarely ever panics. And I feel a little bit of panic on Paulini's side. I just think, you know, sometimes you have to see a strategy through for at least a couple of games to see whether it's working or not. But the moment she loses a point, she switches to something completely different and just a bit all over the place in terms of strategy.
Tonight, for the last of the United Cup quarterfinals, we are under the big top at the Ken Rosewell Arena. Tucked inside here in what is a very pleasant evening, and so far Czechia have the early advantage in this three-match head-to-head. Paulini doing well to put the brakes on.
It felt like as soon as she lost her serve to go 3-2 down, then came out of the changeover and then tried a million different things. But the game plan before that was working just fine. Muchova played a fantastic game with all those trick shots to break.
Yeah, and this is where the negative head-to-head, we talked about it, the 4-0 in favor of Karolina Muchova sometimes comes in play in a negative way. The moment things go awry, you are thinking about those other 4 matches where things went awry.
And there's quite a few backhand returns like that she's missed. Trying to take the ball on, but then it's going for too much. If you're already taking it on the rise inside the baseline, then you don't need to go aim for the line as well.
Well, had to serve a break point in the last service game. Some work to do here as well.
Just too good, that play. You know it will most likely come. The serve out wide, the closing of the net, but it's just so precise.
But the positioning of Paolini's return on the backhand side is changing all the time. 1 minute she's trying to take it on, and then that one on the outside especially, she's trying to let it drop all the way. And it's a fantastic serve, as we see there, but you aren't helping yourself with the rhythm of the match by changing it point by point.
Well, 50 fabulous minutes in this opening set. Mukova has a chance to close it out. Czechia strike an early first blow. Mukova taking this first set by 6 games to 2.
And Laura, the one player who can adjust quickly to anything, no matter how much you change return positioning, is Karolina Mukova. So that is a tough ask for Paolini, and we look at the numbers. A lot more winners on Paolini's side, but the 8 unforced errors really did her in.
Oh, the net points from Karolina as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was a weird set, I have to say. It felt a little disjointed.
It was very close until it wasn't, right?
Yes. There were incredible points, textbook tennis, and then just quick errors.
It certainly was action-packed. Well, these two had the fans on their feet from time to time. It was Mukova who broke first in that 5th game of the first set. And then sealed it comfortably with that double break. It's a good job, Andrea. You confessed earlier that you only knew one word in Czech, because otherwise Laura and I'd be sitting here going,
what are they saying? I came out hot and then I cooled off real quick.
I love the little gossip session happening behind them.
They're working out the strategy between them.
Yeah,
it does look
they put the worlds to right.
From the second set, they had a look at the data iPad tablet, and they've gone, right, this is what Karolina needs to do. I think she's coping pretty well on her own right now.
You have to say Paolini, when she was broken the first time, just hit the panic button though.
I agree, yeah.
And even though she lost this game, I thought there were stretches of play where she did really well in just playing good, consistent baseline tennis, waiting for the right shot to attack. Whereas at times it felt like she's rushing almost too much.
That's never a good sign, is it? See Karolina Mukova clutching any body part.
Team Italy to serve.
Let's see how she goes.
Love 15.
Well, the Italian broke in her last 2 service games. So there's the first job for her to hold here. But has lost 9 of the last 10 sets against her opponent out here tonight.
Now, this is the kind of point, in my opinion, Paulini needs to play.
15.
I've practiced many times with Carolina, and she was 10 times the player that I was. But the one thing I could disturb her with was by making the rallies really physical, left, right, at more high intensity, similar like what Swiatek did to her in the last match. Because she wants to play tennis. She doesn't want to work tennis. I think this is the way Paulini should go from her. And it's hard for her because she wants to play tennis too. She also wants to feel like it's a game and be playful about it. But I do think you can sort of suck the joy out of the game for Muchova by making it really about the work and the intensity and the physical aspect of the sport.
Laura Kurtzkleid, can you just describe how clean that ball is from Muchova?
Yeah, it's very crisp, the sound of it.
Gosh.
It hits the racket. I mean, that is right where they teach you how to hit a tennis ball. In the sweet spot. Just thinking about Paulini's game plan in the second set, it did feel to me that when Muchova was able to go slice down the line, Paulini then went straight cross court, and then it plays into Carolina's game plan of getting it back on her forehand. And Jasmine, when she goes with her forehand line, she wants to play it as the aggressive shot and really go for it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some shape as well, just to attempt to get it higher.
Oh, well watched.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
Yes, all going well in Camp Czechia. Lining up a third consecutive break of the Italians. Let's serve.
Yes. Advantage, Team Czechia.
That is stunning. And what a way to break right at the start of this second set.
First game, second set.
Goodness me, she makes this game look easy, and she turns around as if it's a regulation shot. There isn't a fist pump or barely, just a little clench, and then it's so discreet we almost missed it.
Returning greatly on those second serves of Paolini, who is only winning 40% on that second serve.
Neatly done. Bad news for Jasmine Paolini, as Mukova historically is a very good front runner. I was having a look at her record over the last 5 years when she won the first set, and she's only lost 7 matches in that time when she has won that first set. That's up there with some of the best in the world. It's
just one of those days, isn't it? She has a lot of good, she connects well on those second serves, and they just tend to get caught in the top of the net or just miss by a few centimeters. And she is getting more and more frustrated because she knows she's playing a player that does not let you back into the match easily when you are having one of those tough days.
Game Team Czechia. Team Czechia leads by 2 games to love.
And here we have a reason why Paolini has been broken a few times already in this match. These are the hit points of Mokova. Second serve return. Every single one has been way inside the baseline, creating a lot of pressure on Paolini, which has resulted in her having trouble defending those second serves, winning only 39%. Did a much better job there. 147 k's an hour on that second serve.
Yeah, it feels like it's less about the placement of that second serve and more about the speed of it. If she can slide it out wide on the juice side, but fast, then at least it's going to be a tougher return, even if she's still cutting off the angle inside the baseline.
In terms of the scoreline, it's got a US Open feel of it, hasn't it, from last year's 4th round in New York.
And the head-to-head is a little less surprising to me now that I've been watching this match up so intently. It just feels like Paolini prefers to be the agent of chaos. She doesn't like to face an agent of chaos. Mokova just the one that does what Paolini does so well. At least just as well, if not better. Remaining unpredictable at all times.
Well, he hasn't picked up a game since she was broken at 2-all in the first set. Something for Paolini, but it's still Czechia in charge of this opening women's singles.
Team Czechia leads by 2-1.
Sei lì, allez. Ci sei lì, stai positiva, non concedere lì, buon atteggiamento, allez. Lo so, va bene.
Time for this charming young woman to take a breather. And we can also take in the sights of one of the world's great natural harbours. And you only really start to appreciate the magnificence of the bridge and the Opera House when you're right there beside it. Just absolutely extraordinary structure. There's an awful lot of chatter in the Team Italy zone.
Time.
Andrea, it's your time to shine.
avvicini e lei qui controbatte. Ogni tanto il frullo alto sul rovescio va a Dio. Cambia ritmo, cambia gli lente.
Okay, I was trying to listen. Unfortunately, I couldn't catch everything, but definitely Renzo said to change the rhythm because Carolina is the one who is controlling the rallies right now, and she has to change the rhythm to get back into control. That was the last few sentences I caught.
15. It's not going to be easy though, is it, for Paolini to wrestle this away from Mukova? We already talked about her calmness, her winning record, and also the fact she is an excellent front runner when she takes that first set. Everything about her is so elegant, isn't it? She's a very rather willowy 5'11", 1 meter 82 is the 28-year-old from the eastern part of the Czech Republic. More like it.
Yeah, that was the first, I think Laura wants to say the same thing, but that was the first time she changed that topspin into the backhand a bit higher, Laura.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like it was the forehand before that one where she'd gone a bit more shape out to Makova's backhand side, and then I felt maybe could have gone one more again to the backhand, went to the forehand. I mean, it's just a change up though, that's the whole point.
Loose error here from Mukova, maybe the first one of the match. It is a close one, but it is out, and a chance.
First break point for Paolini in the second set.
That is such high intelligence from Mukova, just a little out. But Paolini was threatening to run around that second serve to use her forehand, and right away the change-up with the slice serve from Mukova.
This is rather good.
And again, that change-up in this rally
Team Italy.
gets her some options, Paolini. There it is, right there.
And previously in the point off the slice, she'd gone back down the line for one of the first times.
Another chance in this game for the Italian.
I think the difficulty is she's got to play that point 55 times.
Yeah, that is that is very challenging.
But sometimes as well, when you change up the pace, you want the mistake from your opponent on the next shot, don't you? And then actually she's playing the right kind of point, changing it up, and yet still has to play another 6 shots.
Oh, sensational.
It's a sensational shot,
Advantage
1000%. But again, off the slice, Paolini's gone cross-court, and Makova plays that forehand line on the move incredibly well. She's done this exact shot countless times today.
There has been a definite and clear adjustment in the game plan for Paolini, and the question is, can she sustain that discipline now for, if needed, the next set and a half?
I think the key there is, now there is a clear game plan, isn't there?
Yeah.
That she can hang on to.
Advantage. Team Czechia.
And then you also have to hope that she doesn't serve like that.
Yes. Advantage, Team Czechia.
She's so good behind the serve. She very rarely gives herself a difficult volley. And that is the sign of a good volleyer.
Yes. Advantage Team Czechia. Game Team Czechia. Team Czechia leads by 3 games to 1.
And there has been a clear adjustment in game plan for Paulini, and these are the serve placements of Mukova. She served fantastic to get out of this dangerous situation, and maybe this is a way for Paulini to break through. She needs that break to get back into this match. Close the wide serves a little bit. Those are the serves that do a lot of damage for Karolina Mukova. Opens the court so nicely with that.
Love 15.
And of course, she needs to continue to find a way to defend her second serve.
Love 30.
Trying not to think about all those previous defeats right now. 4 of them in a row. Only ever taken 1 set off her opponent tonight.
Love 40.
Oh, look at her looking to stretch her legs out here.
And Laura, we can talk game plan and strategy all the time. Sometimes you just have to accept that the opponent is playing very, very well.
1000%.
It hurts our ego, but it is what it is sometimes.
It's a double break.
Game Team Czechia.
Czechia are almost there, putting 1 point on the board.
Team Czechia leads by 4 games to 1.
If it were me, I would have turned around and said to my coach, see, I told you the game plan wasn't working.
Well, it's not working when Mukova is playing like this.
Funny enough, I can actually see Laura doing, I can visualise that very comfortably.
Only because I've probably done it before.
Yes, I think I've been commentating on a few matches when you have done that, actually. That would be very you, I have to say.
What about the sarcastic thumbs up into the coaching box?
I don't do that one so often. I hope not, anyway.
It's natural to try and find the fault with yourself and adjust game plans, but this woman right here has been playing absolutely fabulous.
The world's number 22 playing it as if there's certainly as a single-digit player, there's no doubt about it. And actually, looking at her ranking, she's only got 6 months of tournaments on there, and she's only played 12 events. So the next, from here till June, she can fill her boots, and if she can possibly stay healthy and fit and away from the operating table, surely she's top 10 and a contender for all of them. Would you want to play Mukova in a couple of weeks' time?
No, she is the one player you don't want to have nowhere near you in the draw. And just imagine if she's fit for the grass court season.
Ooh. Can she put the finishing touches here? Sydney Olympic Park, the venue for the 3rd edition of the United Cup. Men and women playing alongside each other. Ken Rosewall Arena looking splendid tonight.
Well, and on top of all of it, Karolina Muchova is having an outstanding service day. She has 65%, 66% just switched of first serves in play, but 47% are unreturned, don't even get into play. That's almost half of it. A lot of free points that she gets.
And where Paolini is now playing her return from, she's in the trenches.
That's Paolini trying to make adjustments. She can feel that she's not making any ground on those serves.
So that broke the run of 9 consecutive points. And look at her sprinting towards the finish line now. She's got about 18 different options there, didn't she?
Back on the practice court.
Oh, that will pick up her spirits. The Tricolor's been a little quiet out here this evening. Advantage, Team Italy. Yes. Can't imagine Jasmine saying any bad words, can you? She's got such a sweet disposition. But you wouldn't blame her if the odd naughty one slipped out this evening. It's been tough for her. But fighting hard here. Milkova was at 40 love, lost her concentration. Advantage, Team Czechia. Game, Team Czechia. Team Czechia leads by 5-1. Czechs have it under control. The men are up next. That feels like a consolation hold. The Czechs one game away here from taking this first singles. Team Czechia leads by 5-2.
Ještě 16, kolik je? 8, 7,
Karolina Muchova and the team of Czechia closing in on a victory, which will give them 1 foot in the semi-finals.
Time.
She's been very, very good tonight. Can she finish it off? Thomas Mashak going in the men's singles. He will take on Flavia Kowali in their first tour level meeting. Interestingly, Mahash has won their 2 previous meetings on the lower circuit, so we shall see. It's going to be an intriguing night here on the Ken Rosewall Arena.
Love 15.
Yet to be broken tonight. Has saved all 6 of the break points that she's faced.
Love 30. Let first. Love 14.
Well, she's had chances. She had 3 break points in the opening set. She's had the same number in the second, and even the last couple of service games, she's had chances.
Yeah, there you have it. Not a single one converted.
Still break point.
And again, almost a copy and paste. She prefers the wide serve, and twice now already on break point. She changes to the T serve with the slice, surprises Paolini 2 times, and gets back to deuce Karolina Muchova.
Oh! Something from Paolini.
Advantage, Team Italy.
She's given herself another chance in this game. Can you believe it?
Deuce. Advantage,
Well,
Team Czechia.
it's been a performance full of precision and skill tonight. The Czech at match point.
Game, set and match, Team Czechia.
It's a Mukova masterclass.
6-2, 6-2.
And the Czechs are the first to strike. Her easiest victory over the Italians. Straight set, 6-2, 6-2 in an hour and 41. It was comprehensive. And what a performance from Mukova on her United Cup debut.
An astonishing performance from Carolina. Incredible serving today by her when it mattered most. Saved so many break points, and boy was she good. Yes, Paolini was not at her best, but do not be mistaken, this woman here did not let her be at her best. Such a convincing display of beautiful, picture-perfect technical tennis.
And one of the best players in the world, soundly beaten for a 5th consecutive time. I have to say, Paolini, when she gets to Melbourne, she sees that Australian Open draw. The first name she's going to look for, isn't it, is Carolina Mukova, and just pray that she is nowhere near her. But that's what Mukova can do to one of the world's best players, and look what it means. So let's hear from Gaia now. She's with Laura.
Carolina, that was a bit of a masterclass from you out there. You got a win on the board for your team, but you played just an excellent matchup. How is it that you can bring it like you did tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I really wanted to bring a point to the team. So I was trying to stay focused. I know Jasmine is an unbelievable player. It was a really tough match. I know I have to go until the end. She had many chances, many break points. I think I served well. I'm really happy I made it.
What is it, as we see Jasmine leave there, what is it about this particular matchup that suits you so well? Because you lead the head-to-head now 5-0, 2-2 tonight, a pretty straightforward affair. What is it about her game style that you enjoy playing against?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. We played, last year once, but then it was a long time ago. So I really don't know. I'm happy though that I managed to win, and I try to stay focused because she put every ball back, and I just try to play aggressive, and it worked well in the past matches and tonight.
And Australia is a country that can appreciate a serve and volley. We saw a lot of that from you tonight. What is it that gives you the confidence to bring it out when you're break point down, and in the last game especially, to know that, you know, it could be a really tricky situation, and then from love 40 we see it again and again?
Well, I feel good on the net, so for me it's actually safe choice. No, I don't want to say safe choice, but when I hit a good serve, I feel really good that I can cover the net well. So for me, it's actually comfortable to go forward.
It's that simple.
No, well, I don't know. I like it.
And a tough matchup for your teammate coming up, Mahac against Kaboli. Any thoughts on that? Have you given him any advice on how to lead the team?
Not yet. I don't think I will. I hope he's going to fight and he's going to bring the best out of him, and I'll just quickly shower, eat something, and I'll come support him.
I'm sure the crowd can't wait to get that one going, but first, please show your appreciation for Karolina Muchova.
She is a delightful young woman, and those Czechs, they certainly know how to serve and volley. They bring them up on that particular game, and goodness me, she's given Thomas a platform, hasn't she, to go and push the Czechs into the semi-final.
Or maybe pressure, because he likes to play at the net as well, and he just saw how it's done, so maybe he would feel even pressure to do it just as well as Karolina did. This was a brilliant performance by her. I thought especially the serving was so convincing under pressure, took the brave choices, and they worked out over and over and over again. And that is it, right, Sam? 0 out of 10 break points won, and there was maybe one where she could have actually done something with Paulini. All the other ones, Karolina was just absolutely brilliant and magnificent on them.
It's a great sign of her confidence, isn't it, going into the first major of the year? The pre-season's gone well for Muchova. Next up, it's the men.
Welcome back to the Ken Rosewell Arena as we wait for the two players who are backstage. Thomas Mahach up against Flavio Cobolli, a couple of players that know each other well and have been shooting up the rankings extremely swiftly. Two of the most, in my book, exciting players out there on the tour. They may not be the marquee names that you've become accustomed to in the last few years, but these two will put on a display tonight that will be something special. 24 years of age, the man from Czechia up against a 22-year-old Italian, born in Florence. Was Flavio just spent 12 months there before heading to Rome, where he fell in love with the city. His father looked after the academy there. Tennis very much a part of the family with the father, very much a part of our coverage tonight, which will be a lot of fun, although Italy have got to come from one love down.
Please welcome, representing Team Czechia, Thomas Mahach. And please welcome, representing Team Italy, Flavio Cobolli.
Well, he knows what he has to do. He has to come out and put what happened in the opening match behind him nice and quickly, up against a man that he's never beaten before, but has seen a lot of over the last couple of years. Someone alongside Jim Courier for tonight's match. Jim, am I right in saying that these are two of the great shot makers out there on the tour?
It's been exciting, Petch, to see them. I'm not going to argue with you just yet. I'm sure we'll find some things to quarrel over later, but no, these guys have been so electrifying. Really, there's a lot of athleticism that we're going to be enjoying from these players. Both speedy, both unafraid of exploring all areas of the court, and both of them coming in with a nice win in their last match. A little confidence and a lot riding on this one, a chance to advance. But for Italy, they need 2 matches to win here. For Czechia, a win by Mahach will put them into the semifinals.
Hello? Come. Come with Daddy. Hey, Czech. They also come with me. Come with us. Just, you can be on the picture. Come here. You can face over there. Hey. So, gentlemen, we have the net machine, 25 seconds between points, you know where the clock is, the boxes for the towels, and also the assistant that can bring the box with the towel inside, okay? Do you have any questions? No? It's going to be your choice. So it's going to be John Newcomb or AO? AO? You flip the coin? Here we go. Here we go. Yes.
Oh, yes.
John Newcomb. Yes? Receive? Okay, so you stay all together for the picture.
That was a very confident throw from somebody that's clearly pretty shy, but who knows where that picture will end up in 10, 20 years. Always a lovely touch, always a lovely moment. And these two, as I say, know each other well. But they have come in on the back, as Jim said, of some decent wins. Cobolli Open 2025 season, of course, it was last year against Dominic Stricker, winning in straight sets 3 and 6. And then picked up a nice win against Humbert, saving a match point. But this man has been on the rise over the last 24 months. Of course, gold medalist in the mixed doubles, but perhaps more impressively has managed to get himself from 78 in the world to number 25, which will put him in as a secure seed for the Australian Open.
Had a big fall, made a big move in the Asian swing. Semi-finalist in Tokyo, where Humbert got his revenge here, but then was able to beat the American Tommy Paul. Then a guy you may have heard of, Carlos Alcaraz, beat him in Shanghai en route to the semifinals there, where Jannik Sinner finally ended his chances there, but that put a lot of points on the board for him and pushed his ranking up. And it's been a rapid rise as well in 2024 for Flavio Cobolli, just 22 years young. but he has pushed his ranking at the start of 2024. He was ranked 101 in the world, and he has pushed it up to 32. So he's on the cusp of being seated in a major as well, if he can hold on to that ranking. And there are points on the line today that would certainly go a long way to doing that.
First ever ATP Tour win came back in 2021 in Parma. Actually took care of Marcus Giron in his debut at a Tour tournament. Didn't pick up any wins, did Flavio, the next year on the Tour. Just 4 in 2023, although he played 92 matches. He is a workhorse out there. This season, he won 38 main draw matches and picked up another 5 in qualifying. As Jim says, that's how he's managed to get his ranking up. It does say there that they've this is their first meeting, and of course it is their first meeting at Tour level, but they played in the qualies at the US Open in 2022. They also played in a Challenger in Italy, and Thomas Mahac on the hard courts in both of those 2 occasions managed to get the better of Flavio Cobolli. So those are maybe not as significant because they're a couple of years ago, but there'll still be a little bit of scar tissue for the Italian, the fact that he hasn't got a win over Mahac, particularly with the way that the man from Czechia has been playing recently. He's been at a career high of 30 in the world, Cobolli. Residing at his career best ranking right now. Well, down there under the roof, I believe, is Renzo Furlan, the captain for Italy. Just a quick congratulations to you to get this far, but you're going to have to bounce back after that opening round loss.
Yes, it was so tough, you know. I think Muchova played amazing today. Jazzy maybe didn't play her best, but you know, it's a tough match when you play a girl that is serving that way, that is, you know, hitting so many winners. So it was a tough match.
Yeah, it was a tough matchup for her. Looking ahead to this one, what has Flavio got to do well? Mahac is one of those fun players to watch. He's an all-court player, Renzo.
I think, you know, they play very similar. I think both they had a great season last year, 2024. They improve a lot, so I think it will be a really interesting match. But you know, they play very similar, so it's you know, it's not easy to say. But I think Flavio has to serve very good, to play very deep, and to be solid, very solid.
You've obviously been watching Flavio for a number of years now. What has he improved? Which area has he improved the most for you?
In my opinion, I think he built a big forehand. Now he's a huge server, and he hit a lot of winner with, you know, with his forehand. So I think he's improved a lot in that part of the court.
Feeling confident?
Yes, think so.
That's what we wanted to hear.
Okay.
We want to see it go down to the mixed doubles here as the neutrals. Good luck, Renzo.
Thank you. Ciao.
Seems stressed out.
Yeah, very stressed. Thomas Mahac, who unfortunately in the off-season got sick. He was on antibiotics for a couple of weeks. He's actually brought his fitness trainer here, was working extremely hard on the practice courts. A couple of sessions of tennis and the fitness as well, because he was playing catch-up. You could see sometimes in a couple of the matches he was feeling that a bit. But, as he said in an interview recently, you've got to just deal with the cards that you've been handed, and that's what he's done. He's managed to fit his pre-season into a tournament that potentially will see Czechia make it through to the semi-finals if he can win this match.
He certainly felt the strain here physically in some of these matches that he's played. We've seen Daniel Vacek actually administering massage on the changeovers, trying to keep him fresh. And boom goes the dynamite. Up in the air and up goes the speed gun. Vapor trail behind that one. Whew.
Goodness me, that was an impressive opening service game.
First game.
Well, now's a good time for us to check in with our courtside commentator. Knows a little bit about the sport. Hall of Famer Todd Woodbridge. Good evening, Todd.
Good evening, everybody. Jim, Mark, it's beautiful down courtside. It's actually a little cooler than it's been all week here in Sydney. You almost need to have a light jacket on, so that changes conditions for players. It's very pleasant. And I'm looking forward to this, listening to all the previews. And when you talk about weapons, and Renzo was talking about forehands, those forehands in that first game were a statement from Mashak.
Neither of these two yet with a career title. This man a runner-up in Geneva, and Caboli a runner-up in Washington against Sebi Korda. Loves the big time, loves the main courts. He's a scary talent. I did say there was going to be some unreal shot making. That wasn't bad. Third rounds at the majors for Caboli at the AO at the start of the season, and then at New York, of course, Mahic getting through to the fourth round at the US Open. Deepest run that he's made so far at a major. Todd, that reminds me of your forehand.
Very much so. No, being facetious, obviously. Just have a look at that. The racket head speed through impact is just so impressive, and he's really confident.
And Todd, that's going to shake you a little bit to your foundations when somebody comes out and starts playing as fast as Mahic has.
Well, it has already. I mean, these are two break points that Caboli's facing, and that error there was just because of that. I'm a little unsure if he realizes what he might need to do just at this point, and that's what you're talking about. Because the game plan kind of gets blocked for a moment.
Oh, that is a breaker serve that he's earned. Some of it psychologically because of just how well he's hit the ball out of the gates here. He is in absolute mint condition. Maybe he's playing catch up physically, but his stroke making and his shot making is absolutely out of the top drawer. He had a match against Alcaraz in Shanghai. We've said it previously this week where he averaged 85 miles an hour, 136 Ks on his forehand. You do not see that very often consistently throughout the course of a match. Alcaraz said afterwards, I thought he would give me a window at some stage in this match. He never did. Caboli is trying to defend his side of the court with a bit of depth, but he's overhit a couple of returns.
He's red hot. You just have to ride the wave if you're Kaboli, and you hope that Mahac comes down off of this peak. He's currently sitting atop. Look at that placement right inside the line. Monster forehand again.
Well, they're just doing everything they can just to stay in a rally, blocking that one back. And it's interesting to listen to Mahac talk about his tennis. He's so confident about every single part of his game. I think I can do everything well. I serve well, and if my serve isn't working well, I'm great off the ground, and if that isn't working, I'm happy to come in.
Well, if there's an area, though, that it goes off, it's right there on the second serve, and I think that you have to take advantage of that. If you're Kaboli, you really got to focus and hone in on that, because the service motion sometimes can get out of sync. That's the one thing that you got to hope and wait for. But he does have a bit of good pop on the first. He's good pace here early tonight.
Yeah, spot on as ever, Todd. Good pace on the serve and a little bit of precision as well, and the perfect start for Thomas Mahac. 3-love. Well, it's a quick start for Thomas Mahac as we quickly take you outside, and we're going to take you over to Manly Wharf. Haven't had an opportunity, unfortunately, to nip out there, but certainly when you take a little look at these visuals, there's a great opportunity to get over to one of the most picturesque spots here in Sydney. That wouldn't be me on the surfboard, I can assure you. I would be under that wave, desperate for air, but they make it look a lot simpler. That, though, I can do. Stroll along the sandy beaches, grab a little flat wide and enjoy the sunsets as we are right now.
It was fun to see the Italian team riding the waves in the wave pool earlier this week. That was nice.
Bit of tennis art for you, Jim.
It's like he's trying to saddle a horse there. That's impressive. Mahac has a lot of power. You know what he also possesses is a lot of flexibility. So like someone like Novak Djokovic, when he goes into the corners and plays defense, he can play out of almost a full split. He's not just strong with his legs, he's also got a lot of flexibility. That makes him tougher to get the ball by. More court coverage available for him. This is almost like Mahova just passed the baton in the hallway and said, hey, I played great, just keep going. Here's the mojo. I mean, he's sure he made that one. That missed by nothing. Everything looking good in.
First bit of time on the ball, and you can see what Kaboli can bring to proceedings if he's given a chance. Gave him a little bit of a fake toss there, tossed it down the left-hand side and then whipped it up the tee. undeniable logic at times when you hit the ball as well as Hologic to not give your opponent any sort of opportunity to find their rhythm, just to keep them uncomfortable out here.
Especially with a break in hand. Serving well. Mahash has made 7 out of 10 first serve so far tonight.
In a bruising battle, Hologic in his opening match. Won the opening set on a breaker, lost the opening set on a breaker, and then ended up losing the third 6-4, but then turned things around again. Hologic in another 3-setter. Always an interesting discussion, sorry Jim, about unforced errors in tennis. What contributes to an unforced error? Because you can see Cobolli at the start of this match trying to find that length, and he's just nicked it over the baseline 3 times now. But if you drop it short, he knows what he's going to be on the receiving end of.
Exactly. Yeah, he's forcing it right now because Hologic hasn't inspired him to do so with the sensational start. How do you get this return into the backhand corner? Hologic's backhand's excellent, but it's not as lethal as his forehand. That's how you start the point if you're Cobolli. Hologic is just, he's feeling it, Todd. He's going for broke on all kinds of shots.
Yeah, sure is. So he's really stopping Cobolli getting into any rhythm at all. One of the things that Cobolli wants to do is use his forehand, but the thing with him is if you can keep him running onto his forehand, he's nowhere near as good as if he can move to his left and get set using the inside-out ball. But you can't keep playing it at that level, Jim. I mean, he's playing whatever you want to call it, max out, and you just can't. You have to bring it back somewhere, and if you hang in, he will start to make a few errors, and the adjustment will come. That's what impressed me about Cobolli in his matches so far. He's got a very good temperament. He is patient.
Game, Team Czechia.
Similar end to that particular service game as it was last time around, with a big first serve getting it done for Hologic. She leads 4-1. Look at his serve here, Todd. It's a platform serve, no back movement of the back foot there to lean in. Just a perfect ball toss just inside the baseline.
It's a funny, that looks good there, but just before he starts to land, it's a funny bit of motion there. It almost as if his back gets caught in a funny angle, and sometimes on the second serve, it's as if the body weight's going backwards and not into the court. So there's just a little funkiness right about there. And I think that's where he gets out of sync, particularly on the second serve. The arms and the legs don't always match. When they do, it's great. It's something to keep an eye on with him.
Both these two with a love of football. Hologic falling in love with tennis when his sister was playing, knocking balls against a wall, but at around 10 he went to Prague once a week to train, but then between 12 and 15 lost a bit of interest in the rectangle and wanted to become a footballer. But then after some of the top Barcelona players left, Neymar, Suarez and Messi, he lost interest in watching Barcelona in 2014 and 15 and ended up picking up his rackets again.
Love 15.
Probably a big Roma fan. They're sitting in the middle of Serie A at the moment, not having the greatest season. He was a very good right back, I believe.
See that play there from Mahac, that's the one I really like for him against Caboli. If he can get one into the backhand corner and get Caboli running on, we'll see here he hits the forehand and comes out of it. By that I mean he comes up and out early, and this is where he loses control. Watch the body. The upper half doesn't stay through the shot before the ball's gone, and he tries to lift it. That's a bit of a problem area on hard court for him.
He was right there. And that could have been an amazing steal to get to love 40 with. That was a look at the defensive capabilities of the Czech player. The slide here. Another good one. And great anticipation here. Just couldn't quite center it. So 15-30.
That was the perfect return from where he found himself. Loads of height over the net. Caboli not coming in, but he didn't hit it that hard, so he bought himself an awful lot of time to get back to the middle of the court to try and cover the inside in that was coming. And again, the perceived threat, the real threat, to be fair, that we've seen in the opening 6 games, contributing to that double fault from Caboli, and Mahac 5-1 up.
Just 18 minutes. This is a sprint of an opening set for Team Czechia. This is where the scoring system can be meaningful, because 6-1 counts the same as 7-6. So for Caboli, he needs to get the whiteboard out, the eraser, and just forget about this one if it goes 6-1, which is the likely destination.
Now 15.
Over 50% of his first serves have not come back into play.
Good. Misses wildly on that forehand, but his forehand's been so damaging, and it has been just huge. Look at the lift in speed. 8 Ks faster tonight compared to the other matches he's played here. So he is taking opportunity for aggression at every turn. And he has put himself in a winning position very, very quickly. I haven't seen a 20-minute opening set in men's tennis in quite some time.
came away with a point, but I wonder whether he is just thinking to himself, what do I have to do to win a point easily? I mean, the perfect return. And he still had to come up with 2 fantastic shots to win the point.
Advantage, Team Chicken.
He's moved his serve around beautifully, loads of variety, nailed it in the corner of the corner.
Yes. Advantage, Team Chicken.
I still haven't seen a men's set end in 20 minutes in quite some time, but this one has a chance to end in 22 now. Make it 23.
In a sport where perfection is rare, you've just seen it delivered in 23 minutes. Tomas Mahac, absolutely invincible at the moment, 6-1. Todd, if you're to the left of you right now in Team Italy's bench, what are you thinking?
It's not a joyous looking bench. That's what I am seeing. You're thinking, okay, like reset, as Jim said, you've got a new start coming, and you've just got to get even. Got to hold your first service game. Stick with Mahac for a little while here as we take a look at this first set summary. One of the key things, 50% of first serves in is not enough. He's got to serve better. He's got to give himself more opportunities with that just as a start. And if he can do that, and then just piece by piece try to put this together. But somehow he has to stop this man that's on the left of screen there from being so dynamic. He's got to get the ball out of the center of the court, and he's got to try to get it to the backhand and not let him have that first hit off the forehand like he is getting there.
Well, right from the get-go in the opening game, we saw airtime with a little showtime. As Jim was saying, he absolutely vaporized a forehand, and Jim, he just never came off the gas.
No, he never came off of it. You might think about trying to really isolate into the backhand corner right now. Do something extreme when you're playing someone who's in an extreme state right now, the flow state. To shake them out, you might need to do something extreme and just bore them to death with backhand after backhand options.
Ken Rosewell Arena being home to the United Cup for the last 3 editions here. As Italy tried to push through to the semi-finals, they will take on Team USA if Tomas Mahac can win this next set.
Second set.
Team Italy with it all to do. And honestly, that's why he's so impressive to me. I like Caboli's game, but at the moment he's getting eclipsed by the absolute greatness of this man. But So often when you have this many shots in your repertoire, you have a strategy issue, but Mahac doesn't.
Well, he's seeing it clearly, isn't he? He's somehow boiled it all down. You're right, he does have a lot of options. Goes Hollywood on that forehand and nets it. And Cabali insisting on the first 3 shots into the backhand corner, which I think is probably the best idea right now. Just keep the ball into the backhand corner. I didn't like this idea, even though it extracted an extravagant unforced error. He was at risk, and he lost control of the point by going to the forehand. If he wants control, he needs to see the two-hander of Mahac a lot more than he's seen it in the opening set. And that's not normally the advice that I think most of us think is ideal. We are firm believers in this comms box. You've got to go to the strength to go to the weakness, but his strength is so good right now, you might just avoid it for the minute.
14-15.
As much as anything, it's a rhythm breaker. If you can keep the ball in Mahac's backhand corner for a couple of games and deny him the pleasure of hitting forehands, you might shake him out of the zone that he's been in.
I tell you what, that was an interesting little segment there, Todd. Cabali looking down the court after the little kicker out wide to go up game point.
Yeah, absolutely it was. That's one of the things with Cabali, as I mentioned earlier. He's got a fabulous temperament, and he hung in, survived match point down against Hubert to come through and win 6-2 in the third. And I like that part of what he was doing there. You know, he got blown away in the first set, but he was looking to see whether the man up the other end was coming off his levels. And I think he might have, just ever so slightly. But one of the things I wanted to talk about very quickly is it's reiterated a point that Alex de Minaur made to me about this current era and modern game, is that to be successful, you need to go and be big. You need to be consistent and big. You can't just sort of be a counter-punching player. And that's what Mahac has certainly done over the last 12 months. He's gone from being very solid to being really big, and it kind of matches what de Minaur's been able to do in his game also. And then you compare the two. Cabali, very solid at the moment, but he doesn't have as big to be able to do the damage that we're seeing Mahac do.
Snaps off a fast return for the first time. Just not allowing Cabali to get any sense of a pattern of play coming at him. Cabali can't believe it is in.
He's saying that the mark has got a gap.
Nothing that the umpire can do. Despite looking for perfection, it will not come even with electronic line calling systems.
Let. First service.
Just not able to extend the rallies when he had a chance there, and that the service games are flying by for Mahach. He's barely having to do anything. Look at the average shots of the rally when Mahach is serving, less than half. And Kamboli, he's having to grind, and he's not able to extend the points when the Czech player is serving. So that's an area for growth for Kamboli, is to try and get some more physicality into Mahach's service games. Nothing you can do when Mahach is acing you, but when you hit the second serves, you've got to make them work.
It's beautiful to watch. It really is. There's so much great rhythm out there. And whenever he sees an opportunity like this, relentless aggression.
It's aggressive but safe, isn't it? Like, he's not hitting it anywhere near lines. So that's a half a meter from both of them there. It's just brute strength, that's power that's beating his opponent. I really like the service motion of Kamboli. It's fluid, it's loose, got really great shape, but at the moment it's only got one shape. And we spoke about this against Humbert. He's really lacking on this surface the ability to cut a ball wide here on this forehand court. So he goes there then, but it doesn't slide away. And so it becomes quite easy for the returner to get used to it. So it's like he's grown up on the clay. He's thrown the kicking shape serve in to then try to get to his left to use the forehand. But that is an element he's going to have to add to his game on a hard court to get more success and change things up against an opponent like Mahach.
A real let-off there for Mahach. Could have had 15-40 quite easily. And in the opening match, the women's match, Paolini was getting outplayed by Machova's all-court prowess. This is just a matter of, feels like a heavyweight versus a middleweight, where the speed of shot, there's a huge difference right now between these two players favoring the Czechs. That's a nice one. Unloads on his forehand, because we know when he has time on the ball, Kamboli can crank it. Mahach just hadn't given him much, so that one, a cool 1-5-1. That'll get the job done.
Individual brilliance in the opening set from Mahach, but you're just getting a sense here they're combining to make this a great contest in the second. It is 2-1 to Team Italy. Well, tennis doesn't always teach you character, but it certainly shows you it. And Kamboli has reacted well to some immense adversity in that opening set. You come out here with a blank sheet of paper feeling as though something's going to work, and then you get blown off the court like that. It's tough to sometimes keep your optimism, but he's done a nice job there in this opening 3 games. And it's rare that you would go through a match if you're Thomas Mahach without giving up any opportunities for some chances here for Kamboli. So the longer he can stay out here, you kind of feel as though he is going to get a little chance for his nation. he's got a lot on his plate right now, Caboli. His dad's in his ear. Vincenzo Santapadre and Stefano actually operate the Rome Tennis Academy. That was where he grew up after moving from Florence when he was just 1 year old, combining a little bit of tennis and soccer throughout his early years before focusing on this. Mahac has been an unbelievable front runner in recent times. Won his last 12 ATP matches when he won the opening set. Last time he lost actually was in Umag in July. Thiago Monteiro, the only other couple of times in the entire season he lost was against Rinki Hichikata in Brisbane in a final set breaker, and Bublik in Dubai. He was 28-3 last year.
Frustration from Caboli, but a clear change of concept. He had a good long chat with his father. It was one-way traffic. His dad, his coach Stefano, was in his ear, Caboli, on the change of ends, and you can see the return to serve position changed dramatically in that opening point. He was extremely deep to receive the first one. He faked that he was going to be close in the second and then ran back. They're rifling through playbook options right now, just trying to do something to get under the skin of Tomas Mahac. There's his dad with the cap, stroking the beard in the front row. Enzo Furlan, the captain. And Caboli, again, questioning the veracity of the line call. Nothing you can do to challenge it, though. You just have to move on with it, even if you don't agree with it.
Isn't this where some of the great competitors of our time would have started arguing against electronic line calling, trying to create a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage out there just to try and upset the equilibrium that this man has. He is sailing through service games.
Game, team
untouchable.
Well, that begs an interesting question, though, Petch, doesn't it? Just should you have an argue anyway?
Yeah.
Just to change up that rhythm?
I think there's a case for it, yes. Jim?
There's a long and rich history of players doing that. Arguing for the sake of argument, just to try and change the energy on the court.
Yeah.
I mean, how good is he on the stretch?
It's again underscoring the influence of Novak Djokovic and what flexibility and the ability to slide into shots is doing for players from this new generation trying to create offense from defense. If you can get into the corners with the split, you're going to get more chances to do that.
That's kind of layering that forehand, though, isn't it? Or is he really doing that to try to get more power? What do you two think?
I think, to be honest, he had to do that because he had to try and catch it around waist height to generate that sort of pace.
Right, okay.
I think he just likes doing it, Todd.
Yeah, he does.
And he's good at it.
That's true. But if it... But there's been two of those balls tonight that he may have been able to dispatch without doing it, that he missed.
Whatever the case, I don't want him to stop doing it.
No,
it's a great visual.
This is true.
Once again, backing himself from an athleticism point of view that he was going to get back into court quickly enough, didn't try and overplay the return, neutralized it with the ball through the middle. And it's an awkward evening for Kabole, about to get even more difficult here. Couple of break points.
Let. Second service.
And not for the first time on game point down. The Italian offers up the double fault. Superb take in the crowd. But that won't be much solace for Team Italy as Czechia move ahead, a set and a break in the second of the night singles.
3 games to 2. Congratulations, both of you, warning Team Italy.
And Todd, just no safe zones for Kabole out here.
No, it's relentless pressure. And I'm just trying to think back. And then maybe you guys might, if it looks like he's going to win, so we can track these numbers down. But over the last 12 months, what the speed differential is off the ground for him, because it's certainly so much bigger than what it was. And he's become such a different player, Mahac, than what he was. And yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, he's going to do some serious damage this year if he can keep this type of tennis up.
You guys know, have you heard any of the famous quotes from Yogi Berra, an American baseball player, really clever man?
Yes.
One of them is, it's getting late early, and that's kind of what it feels like right now. 43 minutes. This thing is a runaway train for the Czechs.
Better get in there quick if you want to see Thomas Mahac, the way that he is running riot out here under the roof at the Ken Rosewell Arena. Ken Rosewell, one of the greats of the game. This man in front of us looking to create a little bit of a legacy for Czechia as he goes through his career, just 24 years of age, but he is moving into his prime as he gets out of his end of the court in prime position, up a set and a break. Just sometimes the flare goes up on the tour and you get to see where somebody is, and we saw that in Shanghai with that win over Alcaraz after coming off that incredible match in Beijing against Sinner. A couple of wins against a very tricky American, Tommy Paul, on that Asian swing.
This match isn't done and dusted, but it's getting close to it. Well and truly under an hour. 44 minutes of play. One-way traffic here. Can Mahac sprint to the finish line here and put Team Czechia into the semifinals? Team USA awaiting the winner of this one. Another semifinal tomorrow morning. It'll be Poland versus Kazakhstan. Rybakina, Swiatek. That's pretty strong. What do we got here, Petch, in the stance profile? Open stance, a little bit more than average for Mahac. Closed stance, more than average as well.
It's the pace on the open.
That would be the backhand, I presume.
Yeah, I was going to say the open stance pace that's coming off. always say the good stuff's on the other side of being exhausted, and Mahac has been talking about how exhausted he's been trying to fit in his pre-season throughout the course of this United Cup because of the sickness he picked up at the end of Paris Masters indoors. And there is some good stuff on show tonight. Both these two actually wrapped up their regular seasons with retirements. Against Alex de Minaur in Vienna, Caboli with a right shoulder problem. Against Rinda Kanesh in Paris for Mahachi, had an Achilles issue. But the man from Czechia does not have an Achilles heel in terms of his tennis.
Now 15.
We've seen the forehand, and now he's bringing the backhand to bear on top of it.
Nowhere to hide. Always trying to generate some space to work with that kick serve. Super deep for this return. Both of these players playing well here, obviously getting a lot of matches in their first tournament of the new season. They're both slated to play next week as well. Caboli in the draw in Auckland. Mahac going to Adelaide.
It's been all out assault when he's had a chance to get on top in the rally, but then there has been that beautiful defiance on defence from Mahac, and that is the problem for Caboli. Drop shot was the right shot, just couldn't execute it.
I'm just sitting here wondering, how it's a complete indoor arena in here tonight. We do have a little gap at the top, and there's no breeze gets in really into them. Caboli would love some wind or something, just to be able to do something different with the flight of the ball.
He'd like a rain delay, Todd.
Yes, something.
Can you get a hose out for them?
He needs ELC to go down right now. Somebody pull the power plug.
I just like
you can laugh. It's not a good feeling.
No.
Poor guy's just being overwhelmed. Mahac is just on another level tonight, and it is closing time for the Czechs. A chance to get to the semifinals after the sit-down.
And you can trust me, boys, I have been on the receiving end of too many of those. So, yeah, I mean, for Caboli, this will be a little bit of a tough evening in terms of just what's happened out here. I'm not even sure that he's going to feel as though he played badly. The fact that you have no impact in a match is what concerns you more than anything else. And that is a feeling, unfortunately, I have had.
Yeah, I've had it too, Petch, and that's why I mentioned the indoor-outdoor, because there was a lot of players that I played against that just could overpower me on these sorts of arenas when it was perfect conditions. But when the conditions got a little tougher, I could use breeze, I could hold the ball up or something, then you had a chance. And I feel that's how Caboli can play too. He'll flight the ball up into the wind, flatten it out, and that type of thing. But he's just got no answers here for the sheer force and power.
Well, there is the roof above, which Todd has been talking about, that perhaps it just made conditions absolutely perfect for Mahach. As we hear "Take Me Home," he is about to take Czechia, is this man, into the semi-finals to take on Team USA tomorrow. Virtuoso performance. And for Caboli, if it does end here, it's not going to be just dinner on the table tonight. It's going to be a plate of truth that he has got a long way to go to match somebody when they are right at the pinnacle of their powers. Did find the backhand and still found himself behind the 8 ball.
I find myself in a state of shock, quite frankly, at the scoreline, and not just this match. 6-1, 5-2, 2 points away from closing the door. Machova beating Yasmin Paolini twice, a finalist in a major in 2024. She got throttled 2-2. I mean, this is insanely impressive from the Czechs. They have steamrolled Italy on the singles court so far tonight.
Love this sport because of the juxtaposition of the brutal physicality at times, but also just the art form that can allow players like Mahach to shine, and he has tonight. He has shown us everything that is beautiful about tennis. It's been too much for Caboli. He's a rare talent as he takes Czechia into the semi-finals of the United Cup. Stunning. That is as good as it gets.
He may not be awake right now. That is a man who is in the zone, and in 53 minutes has eliminated another player of immense skill and talent in Flavio Caboli. So that puts paid all to the chances of Italy. There will be a mixed doubles to follow, but it will be Mahach and Daniel Vacek, his captain and coach, and the rest of their squad advancing to the semifinals to take on Coco Gauff and Taylor Fritz tomorrow night. And if they play at all like they played right now, the USA better come ready.
What a 12 months it has been for this man. He is still on the elevator up the rankings at the moment. He hasn't got off at the floor and just started to walk. He is flying up the rankings. He flew past Caboli tonight. And it wasn't just the mentality, it was the sheer shot-making ability of the 24-year-old that was too much for the Italian. What a night for Czechia. Thomas Mahach with Todd.
Well, I think everybody feels blown away, including your opponent. Do you think you've ever played any cleaner tennis than what you just did there in 53 minutes?
I think this kind of tennis is the highest peak what I can play, and I'm really happy that I managed to play this kind of match today, especially. It's an important point, and I was surprised how I played great without any mistakes, so I didn't give him any opportunity to come back, so that was the key of the match today for sure.
when you come out there so big, so early, winners off the forehand, the tactics that you brought in, what were you thinking and what were you planning? And did you just execute perfectly?
Well, I know I can play best tennis against the best one, so I know I have this kind of level, but to play against these kind of players like Flavio is a great opponent, so you never know. You can lose every time, but you can win. So I was just trying to focus, and when I see the match how it's going, I just try to be as long as possible mentally in the court, and I was playing like Novak.
Playing like Novak, indeed. Well, you've put yourself through to the semi-finals. I want you to enjoy this moment, but I also want to talk about playing against the United States and what you think about that match coming up against potentially Taylor Fritz. You've got Coco Gauff as well for Carolina. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. So I think we are a really small country, and the USA is a little bit bigger than us. So let's see what's going to do tomorrow. But I think we have great chances to be in the final. So we will fight and we do everything possible to win tomorrow.
Well, a small country playing with a big heart and some very big tennis. Congratulations, Thomas. You've taken Czechia into the semi-finals. Very well done here tonight on Ken Rosal Arena.
Well, he said it. I don't think I can play any better than that in terms of the shot making, the winners, but then just the lack of unforced errors that just gave Cavalli just no room at all to even figure out a plan that possibly could work. He was overwhelmed, and so were we, Jim.
Yeah, totally surprised at the speed of the victories in both of these matches. Expected them to be highly competitive. Mahach, 63% first serves in play, but look at the win rate, 85%, and he stole nearly half the first serve points of Cavalli. It was a domination from the jump, and he was jumping up for those forehands, and he is jumping up into the conversation about players that can do big damage against big-time players. We'll see what he's got tomorrow night. He's going to need to rise and keep rising because he'll have the number 4 player in the world across the net in Taylor Fritz.
Can't wait for it. Absolutely can't wait for it off the back of that sort of performance. Saw how well Taylor was playing over in Perth. He's made the journey over here to Sydney, had a couple of days to get ready. But Mahach potentially in the form of his life. That will be something that Taylor will also be eagerly awaiting as those two square off. A night that has been quick. It was the fastest win in the quarterfinals ever here at the United Cup. Thomas Mahach had his finger on the pulse from the very first shot until the last. And Czechia will be back tomorrow for work at the weekend.
please welcome, representing Team Czechia, Gabriela Knudsen and Patrick Rikil. And please welcome, representing Team Italy, Sara Irani and Andrea Vavasori.
So, players on court for the mixed doubles here at the United Cup. What a night it's been for Team Czechia. Some sensational play by their two singles players, Karolina Muchova, and of course we just chatted to Thomas Mahac, who just obliterated Flavio Cavoli with a display of precision and power tennis we have not seen very often at all. So Daniel Vacek is the captain there, and there's been a change as we would have expected. Todd Woodbridge in the commentary box and alongside me for this one, Laura Robson, and given that the Team Czechia are up against USA tomorrow, no point putting out their best mixed doubles team, so they've gone with a replacement team here, and knowing the Czechs though, and how they're brought up, they're still going to play very good doubles.
You would think so, yes, and you know, a doubles specialist in Patrick Rikil on their team. Two doubles specialists on Team Italy though, who are going to be very tough to beat. They've played together all week. You kind of think that Team Czech were thinking, you know, Muchova and Mačák have actually played a few times already in the mix, so if it comes down to the doubles tomorrow, at least they've got a couple of matches behind them, so at this point, make sure they're rested and raring to go.
So Gabriela Knudsen making her way out with Patrick Rikil. Čechák is the chair umpire for this one, and we'll listen in to the coin toss.
And at the end of the coin toss, you're going to stay here with Kimi facing Peter and take a photo, all right? Till then, we have certain blocks at the back of the court, and then two at the side, the back walls, or side walls, or whatever that is there. Towel bins in every corner. You can ask people that normally sit there to bring you a towel. And yeah, TV changeovers, just please stay seated till on our side, all right? That's about it. Your captains know about the button, and we play with it. If you need anything, something wrong, let me know. Kimi, you want to ask them if they want your new combo or if they want an AO? So let's call it AO. All right, go for it. Receive? Receive. Yeah. Photo, please.
Team Czechia win the toss and elect to receive. Vavasori, he's got to get down a little lower just to get into that frame with everybody else. He's a big man. And Team Italy, it's the tall and the small, but they do gel very well, these two. They're the reigning US Open champions and have played two very good matches here so far.
Yeah, they've been super entertaining. It's just such a nice contrast with Vavasori's ability at the net and Irani's flair and variety. But Gabriela Knudsen, she'll be excited to get on court. She's been supporting super loudly from the bench all week. Went to college at Syracuse. Actually then went to a different college after she graduated in the UK for a couple of years. Did 2 different degrees there. She's had a lot of education.
Well, that's sort of the other way around for most tennis players, isn't it? They neglect that and then see when it doesn't maybe work out what happens. But she's in the prime seat for both. Born in America to a Czech and American parent, and then has both passports and choosing to play for Czechia. That man there, Patrick Rikil. He comes from a very famous tennis family. His father, David Rikil, well known on the tour during the 90s. He also showcased his wares very well in doubles. His father, a runner-up at Wimbledon and the US Open. And Sara Irani, well,
She owns everything there is to have in the doubles cabinet in women's tennis. All 4 majors and a gold medal at the Paris Games in 2024.
A hugely successful doubles player, really underrated in my mind as she is in singles. Career high number 5 in singles. You forget that she made final of Roland Garros a fair few years ago now, but on the doubles tour has been so consistent across her career with many Italian partners.
And this man, he enjoys playing in Australia. The runner-up at the Australian Open in the men's doubles. So he's got a big game, and he dominates the mixed doubles with his serve and size at net, Laura.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed how they partner up, because Irani, of course, doesn't have the strongest serve.
Minutes.
He helps her out so much when he is at the net with the wingspan, and then she doesn't feel so much pressure on that +1 shot. But from Irani, we've also seen some of the best lobs of the week, where she just finds the open spaces and really commits to coming forward, which you might find surprising for someone who's not the tallest, but she really believes in her volleys, and when it comes fast onto her body, she's incredibly quick at blocking. Gabriela Knudsen actually was offered a wild card at the US Open in singles in 2023, but it was conditional on her switching her nationality, so turned it down. It's a pretty big check to turn down for someone of her ranking.
Absolutely, it is.
Has been as high as number 155 in the singles.
It's a nice evening for tennis, a little cooler here in Sydney tonight as we wrap up this quarterfinal with the mixed doubles. 22 degrees, and almost need a light jacket on sitting courtside there tonight, almost.
30 seconds.
Well, we're about to get underway, and joining us courtside, it's a warm welcome to Andrea Petkovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will consist of
more like a coolish welcome. Yeah, it's gotten quite chilly out, considering it all, compared to Germany. Of course, we're in the middle of summer heat. But I'm very excited to see the Italians fight for pride. I think that's what they know how to do very well.
End of warm-up.
Well, it's a bit of a surprise, isn't it, when you think of how successful they've been. They've won the Davis Cup, they've won the Billie Jean King Cup in 2024. They're looking for the clean sweep to take all of them, and not able to do it, unfortunately, although, of course, when the Davis Cup and you've got the #1 player in the world stepping in, that certainly is a bonus. But Czechia tonight, boy, have they been good.
Oh, they totally outplayed their opponents in the singles, especially that men's match. I don't think 2-2 and the women's told the full story, but it was just amazing to see how unstuck Paolini came, because she just couldn't find a way through the Mikova game. I've got to get me one of those hats.
Yeah.
Head down to the merch tent tomorrow.
Yeah. Need that when you're down in Melbourne. So that's what it looks like from up above Ken Rosewall Arena.
Team Czechia.
Oh, already a time violation.
I don't think they've actually heard that,
they,
by the way.
No.
They definitely haven't, and they do not know that they are late.
First set, representing Team Italy.
Well, given how quick the singles matches have been, maybe we'll let them off just a little bit. But here we go. Mixed doubles underway. Vavasori serving.
Love 50.
Does the chair umpire know that it's a dead rubber?
Well, she's got a lot of experience.
Do we need to be
Could
so
you have a
harsh?
word to her, please, Andrea? Good start for the Czechs. Patrick Rickel on the forehand court. 25 years of age, born in Bradenton in Florida.
I know it well.
A sloppy start from Team Italy. Interesting that both of the Czech team could actually play for the United States, because having been born there, they're actually US citizens first.
Yeah, and of course Bradenton, you see a fair few players either reside there or were born there. And that's because of this huge sporting academy, which is now called IMG Academy. It used to be called Bollettieri's back in the day. And having been there probably 2 years ago, yeah, I think that was the most recent time I was there, it has expanded beyond belief. It's like a college, basically, with the amount of sports that they have, the amount of people that are training there, and for tennis, you could take your pick of practice partners.
Did you train there when you were younger?
I did. Not when I was super young, but in my 20s, yeah, I did. It was just great to have a base in the US and some warm weather. And as I mentioned, the practice facilities were just incredible.
Well, opportunity missed there through break points, and in this mixed format here at the United Cup, we play a deciding point, so it is male to male on serve, female to female. So break point, game point. And the Italians throughout the tournament so far, they've actually played these points very well. And they do so once again. Nice comeback from Valdasori from love 40.
Maybe just needed a minute to get going after the last few hours of supporting on the bench and feeling all the emotions and the disappointment of the two losses in the singles.
And one of my favorite dynamics, maybe in all of the sport, is Sara Errani yelling at Andrea Vavasori at all times, who seems just so calm and such an introvert, and then she's just keeping the energy up of the team. Love it. Love opposites.
We've heard her a lot in the singles as well. Great to see her giving the younger one some advice with all her experience.
Patrick Rickel won doubles runner-up title, or tag you could say, to his name. That was last year towards the end of the season in Stockholm. Lost to the Wimbledon champions in Harry Heliovara and Henry Patton in that final. Partnering Peter Nusa there. Not electing to go with big pace on the serve, just using the spin and angles really nicely on that swinging wide serve.
Oh, he's played a ton of challenger events on the doubles tour. 5 career titles at that level.
Gee, good overhead. Wasn't a lot of space there to take that angle on.
One game on.
This is a really good doubles point. Two very good defensive lobs. Couldn't get that one away, so it goes centre towards Irani. But have a look at this one here. Cuts around the outside of it. And be the angle that you would have least been expecting him to hit. So 1-1. Now this is the tough game for the Italians, trying to hang on to the Irani serve.
Love 50.
That's what they do so well. It's not the fastest serve.
15.
I think it's just over 110 kilometers per hour. But it's more about where it's placed in the box. And then Vavasori is so close at the net. That's what Team Czechia probably have to do quite often in these first few games. Go line on Vavasori when he's at the net. Keep him on one side.
God, that resembled my mum's backhand volley. She used to hit with the same face of the racket,
really?
Forehand and backhand. Yeah. She'd turn it over and hit it.
That's actually so hard, though.
Oh yeah, it takes a bit of skill to do that. She didn't know how skillful she was.
It's so interesting when you look back at all these players' results. Patrick Rickle played a junior Grand Slam doubles final at the Australian Open and lost to one Alex de Minaur. Small world, isn't it, this tennis world?
There's the signature lob from Sara Irani.
30.
And the other part to it is that she knows exactly who and where to lob. It's the longest part of the court. It's over Knudsen, who's less likely to be able to get that overhead away. Every piece of the shot has a thought process to it from Irani.
An unusual miss, and even with that point though, she doesn't mind if Knudsen goes line on that side because then it's going into her forehand corner from the baseline. So when they're discussing the eye, it's setting herself up so that she can get over there and Vavasori can cover the cross.
They better hurry here. The shot clock getting down perilously close here.
Game, Team Italy.
So that's a big hold for Irani. And Team Italy are on serve. 2-1 in the first.
Well, Sydney has showcased many things. It's had the fireworks on New Year's Eve. This is the vivid. It is done each year here where the monuments and buildings are lit up. It's quite extraordinary what they're able to do, and very much worth visiting. And of course the Sydney Opera House, which I just find extraordinary, that the things that they can do with this type of light technology. It's just magnificent. Ken Rosal Arena, of course built for the Sydney 2000 Olympics. Well, Team Italy playing for pride here in this mixed doubles. Team Czechia have been far too good in the two singles. A dominating performance from Mukova and Mahac tonight. And the United Cup over for Italy, but you still want to get this one on the scoreboard. These two have played good tennis for their country throughout this week, and they'd like to take that confidence onto the next tournament, and then, of course, onto the Australian Open. So first look at Gabriel Knudsen's serve. 1-2. Good hands from Rickel.
15.
How's the atmosphere down there, Andrea? There's a fair few people still hanging around for this mix. They want more tennis.
They definitely want more tennis, and interestingly, Renzo Forlan, the Italian captain, is not in the Italian box as of right now. But other than that, everyone else seemed to have stayed.
We'll forgive him as he's getting some dinner.
He's probably getting some dinner, yeah. And I actually saw Gabriela Knudsen at the US Open quali. She has a nice first serve, but sometimes when she gets nervous, has very little spin on the second serve, so something to keep an eye on. I saw her double fault a few times in important moments, but looks quite in charge right here, right now.
Yeah, lost first round of that qualies in New York. Made it to the last round of qualies at the AO in 2024, though. In my mind, that's the toughest loss in tennis. You're so close, yet so far.
That's a really good hold. So we're all level, 4 holes of serve.
2 games.
And you guys already talked about it, but you can really tell that Rickel feels very comfortable on the doubles court.
Yeah.
When you just look at him, he's moving around, he's not afraid of the ball, he moves forward. You can tell, like, good aura for doubles.
Well, I grew up playing with his dad, or against his dad, on many an occasion, who also had a very good understanding of the doubles court. So that craft would have been passed on about, you know, the percentages of angles and where you play the ball and timing for those intercepts. Oh, good strike up the line. His dad, David, won 30 career ATP Tour doubles titles.
That'll do.
Yeah.
just had a look, and in that last round of qualies at AO, she lost 6 in the third. And then even tougher, she lost 6 in the third again at Wimbledon qualies. Oh, I feel for her.
That would have been something if she made that return. Knifing slice forehand. Trying to pull it back down the line. Vavasori too strong. Team Italy have a 3-2 lead on serve in the first set of this mixed doubles.
I'm obsessed with the sliding doors moments in tennis, and I'm now obsessed with Knutsen's losses at the Slam qualies. So she lost second round of Wimbledon qualies, 7-6 in the third, to Lulu Sun, who then qualifies, makes quarter-final, and is now ranked 40 in the world. Isn't it so funny how that works out from time to time?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to have done the work, be ready to walk through the door when your moment
so
comes.
Quickly.
What ifs and maybes. Did you have... Well, we've been talking about sliding door moments and opportunities that might have changed things for you. Andrea, any of those sliding door moments for you throughout your career that you've gone, well, this helped, but this maybe didn't?
Ooh, that's a good question. For me, it was the first time I beat a top 10 was Svetlana Kuznetsova. After that, something shifted in my belief. That's why I always strongly believe in these wins that can undo obstacles in your head.
I like that. Obstacles in your head.
I got a lot of those.
I think we all do. It's a bit like a pinball machine in mine.
Let's not go down this combo.
There's that natural doubles flare that you were talking about. I wouldn't even call it flare. It's just real good, really solid, isn't it?
He doesn't overplay. And for someone who hasn't played a ton of mixed, he's come out here with some really nice intentions. Even that way he's placing the first volley, it's not straight at Vavasori because he's really good at those block volleys. It's down at his feet, and then you know it's got to come up if he's going to get it back.
Well, nothing wrong with that. Gabriella just not getting the racket out in front and position well enough there. Well, she sort of did have it there, didn't she? But just didn't get it in the right place.
Was trying to protect her face as well.
Good eye from Patrick Grickle. Lets that go and it falls long.
3 games up.
So this is what it comes down to. You feel like these 2 games. I just can't imagine what it feels like to have the pressure on you like Irani has every time she goes to serve. You're all hoping for like an easier, cheaper game, but for her it's a fight to the death every time she has to step to the line.
And she does get so nervous on her second serve when it's a key moment in a match. The other day we were talking about how in Riyadh at the WTA finals she's playing with Paolini and they've won so many titles in the year. They won Olympic gold and it's 6-all in the breaker and she still throws in an underarm serve.
Because she couldn't throw the normal one in.
Yeah, she was just too nervous, too much pressure on herself. You see even that one, the ball toss goes way over the head.
It's funny, isn't it? 37 years of age, you've done everything in the sport. You'd wonder what there is to be nervous about. It's a rhetorical type of question, statement, but
you can always find something.
And it's interesting here, Gabriella actually stands in exactly the same place you would stand with somebody with a lot better serve. I think she could actually take a few steps forward. You saw it in the first point where she missed the volley, just being a bit far behind the net, considering how slow the serve of Sara Errani is, really.
Well, it's not always about pace, because that game certainly wasn't massive serving, but it's a hold to love, and the Iranian Vavasuri lead 4-3 in the opening set.
I'm happy to report that Renzo is back. He has eaten dinner.
And nice to see Paolini on the bench.
And I think Renzo's got to be a pasta man, don't you think, Andrea?
Absolutely, with a nice glass of red, don't you think?
Yeah, a bit of Chianti.
No one told me there was red in the player lounge.
After work.
Back at the hotel tonight, he's had a tough day.
Well, the semi-finals lineup is all set here in the United Cup. It is coming our way Saturday. A double-header, day session and a night session. First up,
time.
It will be Kazakhstan hitting the court. They've arrived over from Perth.
Touch. Love it.
Kazakhstan will take on Poland in the day session, and then that will be followed by in the evening Team Czechia, who have won this tie here this evening, and they will take on the United States.
Get me a front row seat and some popcorn for the women's matches tomorrow.
Yeah, big, aren't
and
they?
I will be very happy. Mukova against Coco Gauff, and then Iga Swiatek against Elena Rybakina. Doesn't get better than that.
No, that could be the semi-finals in Melbourne. Oh, great accuracy. I mean, I'm sure Arena Sabalenka wouldn't be too happy hearing that, but you know, it's still top notch. She's looking in very good form too, by the way, up in Brisbane. A couple of points coming up here for Czechia.
Oh, tough time for the double fault. That's the one you were talking about, Petko, just decelerated.
It's the first break opportunity for Team Italy. Got to be thinking line here, wouldn't you, if you were Vavasori? That Rickle holds centre well. He should have.
He didn't listen to you.
No, it had that feel all about it, that one needed to go down there. So it's a deciding point. Oh, he's just made it. That was a little lucky, but an excellent dipping forehand after what was a little bit of a dodgy second serve.
And I just love how competitive Sara Errani is. This doubles technically means nothing, but she's furious inside that this still touched. And I love these kind of competitors. It's so fun to watch.
That's for getting it on the line on the sudden death juice point.
I mean, this is all legit, but, you know, sometimes the fella won't be happy if the lady goes after him like that.
It's fair game.
Is it okay if he goes back at her, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, she had that. That was a rare error at the net from Sari Irani.
My mother always taught me that you never hit it at the lady. You've got to hit it round. I was never allowed to hit it straight at the lady.
Your mother also played volleys with the same side of the racket.
Let's not take her advice on that one.
And she said that the lady always should serve first in the mixed doubles, and be sure that you always let the lady walk around the net post first.
I only agree with the last one.
It's a good service game. Quick one. And the Italians still on top, 5-4 first set.
Italy leads 5 games to 4.
So which ones do you think that I used?
I hope just the last one.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because I can't imagine you ever letting Stubbsy serve first in the mixed.
No, that's correct.
Also, when I've played mixed, I've been expecting it coming straight into my body. It's going to happen.
Yeah,
You just need to be ready for it.
It's the legit play. And that's actually what...
And if someone was doing it to me and my partner wasn't doing it back, I'd get really annoyed.
Exactly. And that's what Sarah Rani does so well. She doesn't back away, right? That's why she's so good in the mix, is that she holds her ground. If anything, her body weight and her feet are actually going forward in search for that ball, and that helps you pick up those reflexes. That's something you always tell any player that's playing. As soon as you backpedal, you step up a little bit, you come out of your volleying frame, and there's a good chance that you're going to get tagged. Plenty of discussion on Team Italy's bench.
Time.
And you were talking about kick serves in mix. That was a nice little jumpy kick serve. Not a lot of pace, only 139, but more spin than Irani's used to being able to deal with. And you can see it come off the strings without any control.
Yeah, in the mix, the kick serve, I mean, it just comes from a different trajectory. Because not even super tall, only 6'1". But combined with the acceleration that the guys can get into that.
Rukal actually mixes the speed of serve up well. He's at 199, 187, 139. So you're kind of not really, as the returner, finding a bit of rhythm on when it's coming to you. You're early, you're late, you're jammed. It's good serving.
That was the perfect example of what you two just talked about. She keeps moving forward no matter what. You can see her getting closer and closer to the net with each volley.
And then what happens then too, as you keep searching for the ball, it's like your body's out after it. It's just a really natural reaction.
What was he trying to do with that?
Not sure he wanted it to come back. He was trying to dispatch the overhead and wasn't ready to play the next one.
Games on.
It's kind of a sin to miss that second serve return. You know what I think a little bit is try to get it back actually with not a lot of pace, because that's what Sarah really feeds off, that pace to be able to redirect well.
Hey, you keep slandering her serve, but she's the one who's won 6 points in a row on it.
Yeah.
Make that 7. It is really tricky to know what to do with it, though.
But they're not close, that one. That was halfway up the net. It's going to be really frustrating him.
Well, if you're going to roll it in, though, where do you place it? Because Vavasori's covering 3/4 of the court there with his first volley.
Well, that's dispatched in another love game for Rani. Maybe we've got to use a few lobs off the return. We'll see whether the Czechs can implement that. It's 6-5 though. Looks like we might be heading to a tiebreak.
Questo non è. Questo non è l'ultimo secondo.
Va bene. Ora sto.
Perché troppo palle, io entro.
Va bene. Non vengo avanti.
Another day down for this year's United Cup, as we've been through the group stage and the quarterfinals are now done. Semi-finals are in place for tomorrow, Saturday, here in Sydney. This one, Italy playing for pride after losing both the singles here earlier this evening. Gabriela Knudsen serving to see if the Czechs can take this to a tiebreak.
could see Vavasori edging closer and closer. That's the one where you just want to hold it a second longer and ideally go line.
Scoreline pressure building as well on Knudsen here. Well, this was an opportunity miss. You can just see his weight heading left, covering the line. He's kind of balking a bit there and doesn't get the momentum in the right direction.
Sarah's move.
That was a vicious look after she nearly took his crown jewels out. She sees the funny side of it now. I'm not sure that Patrick does. All right. A couple of set points for Team Italy. Oh, how good is that?
Team Italy.
Another crafty lob from the 37-year-old Sara Errani, a master on the doubles court, and Team Italy take the opening set, a long set, 43 minutes, and it was 7 games to 5.
The celebrations confuse me slightly, but I like their energy overall. She'd been looking for one of those, Errani. Close set though, in terms of the numbers, there wouldn't be too much in it. Both of them winning a good amount of points on their first serve. For Errani and Vavasori, it's less than we've seen in previous matches, especially on that first serve percentage. They've been up in the 80s, so that's made a difference for them. But for Team Czechia, they'll be thinking, oh, could have converted a few of those break points. 0 for 5 can really turn a set around.
Well, Andrea, take us through a couple of these highlights here.
I thought it was a really fun match. I was laughing the whole way through just because of Sara Errani's great facial expressions. You can really read everything in her face, and these lobs really were a beauty, and the 2 times she used them were in very important moments. And I just have to wonder whether the experience of the two, Errani and Vavasori, makes the difference in the end in such a tight set. Laura just mentioned the break points.
We'll talk about stepping up the last couple of points of that tiebreak. Sara Errani, wonderful intercept to get in and punishes Patrick Rickle, and then comes up with this wonderful little deft hands on the topspin lob to seal the deal in the opening set. So Vavasori has got the balls again, opening for Italy in set 2.
15-11.
Oh. Committed to trying to get the return. She's okay. Can't say she's not trying.
Oh.
I'm sure she's really happy that they're showing the slow-mo replay on the big screen too.
I'm not sure it's a highlight reel, but it'll go good on TikTok or something of the like, won't it? That'll get some views. This is the funny side of it. Her study, tell us a little bit about her study, because it's quite interesting. She's done a bit of work and enjoys the media.
Yeah, did broadcast journalism at Syracuse University and then kept going. That's what I find really interesting. It was such a great college career in the tennis side of things. I was ranked number 4 in the NCAAs. Was named an All-American, the first Syracuse player to do so since 1995. And amazingly finished her college career with 179 combined wins. That's a ton of tennis.
Sure is.
But yeah, close to home, moved to Durham, which is actually where my brother went to university in the north of England. Spent 3 years over there doing 2 postgraduate degrees. Also named Team Durham's Sports Person of the Year, although I'm not quite convinced that the level of tennis is as high as it is in the American college system.
He served that one well tonight. Gets it so short up the line, there's nothing you can do.
Game, Team Czechia. 1 game.
So a comfortable hold. He's served well. He's done his job well. Just that one game they got under pressure at 5-6 on the Knudsen serve. So what are we on a run of? Is it 8 in a row for Sarah here?
But who's counting?
Can you make it 9?
Can she get to double digits?
15.
We jinxed it.
15.
Well, kind of the right idea, but Patrick's a really good mover at net. He's a natural volleyer and, as I've said, knows the space as well, gets back. Like, I was going to say like the old days, a bit like when his dad was playing, not many lobs got over net players' heads, no matter how good the lob was.
That's 15.
And Iran is just so good at those low ones that she dips into the feet as well. So you kind of have to cover for both the lob and the low one.
See, you can't tell from the backswing at all, can you? Skies. Okay, the momentum swung on the Irani serve. It was 9 in a row, but all of a sudden, 3-point swing the other way, and it's break point for Team Czechia.
I don't think you need to rush to go for the cross-court ball there. Sit in the down-the-line baseline rally until you feel like you really can get some nice angle on it. That one played into Vavasori's hands. He wanted it.
And as they've done all throughout the United Cup, they win those pressure points. And it's a hold of serve for Irani and Team Italy. A set and 2-1.
Aspettati sempre il missile perché è male.
As players head back out onto court here on Ken Rosewall Arena, you expect that this game is one where the Italians try to up the ante just a little bit. The intensity might really lift. They got out of a break point, deciding point on the Irani serve, and this is the game they broke the last time that Gabriela Knudsen served. So, pressure moment for Team Czechia about to come. Well, that was a planned move from both of them to cross and cover, but just too good. Had to be perfect, and it was.
Maybe play the volley back line there, back towards Knudsen.
Line or sort of up towards middle a bit more, but don't put it on Rickel's racket. He doesn't miss. It was a bit like a windscreen wiper there that wasn't getting any water off the screen for a moment.
finally gets in the right position here.
Well, the lob was great.
Not his best on that volley. I think that's one he'd just rather forget, Andrea. He nearly hit it actually behind him.
I'm sorry, I don't have the right to laugh because I would have managed to play a volley into my own shoe, but I just had to.
He almost got it going back behind him.
Yes, and I was not sure if Sarah was going to laugh at him or yell at him. It was like on the verge of both.
It's interesting, occasionally the couple of forehand volleys he's had in this match tonight where it's been no pace and just getting below net level. He has a bit of a forehand grip and he has to kind of start manipulating the face, which has turned out to be a little uncomfortable for him. Anything above net height, he dispatches very well.
And he can serve.
It's 2-on-4, good return from Rickle there, just reactionary short backswing, blocks it back cross court.
It's almost surprising when you see how well Rickle plays doubles that he's not ranked a bit higher.
Well, I think chatting to Daniel Vacek, the captain, the team captain, he hasn't spent a lot of time trying to get there. He's now decided that, yes, that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, his results from the last 6 months, he's at least playing with the same partner.
40-30.
He's playing with another Czech player, Peter Musa. But his win-loss record for the year, 53-23, is decent.
But more challenger.
A lot more challenging,
so so now is that breakthrough opportunity time. Timidly get the hold once again. And it is 3-2 now in the second set. Now our colleague here in our commentary team, Sam Smith, whenever she comes down to Australia, she makes sure that she finds a pool because swimming's very important to her because of some back issues that she's had, and there are plenty of them here in Sydney.
There's plenty of them, but her favourite one's being renovated right now.
Oh,
it's an absolute nightmare, so she's got to pick something else.
I mean, look at that there.
I'd go icebergs.
Exactly, that's at Bondi Beach. There's so many spots, over 100 beaches, and many of those beaches have actually saltwater rock pools that are tidal, so they get washed in and out each day, and it's magnificent. We saw Team Poland take advantage of that. That's where they got their mascot, their flamingo, that's been sitting on the side of the court. Still spectators around on the outer grounds here at the Sydney Olympic Park Tennis Centre, Ken Rosewall Arena, built for the 2000 Olympics. It didn't have that roof covering on it back then. That's something that we've had in the last about 6 years, I think it is now.
Time.
Made a massive difference to the venue. Sydney weather in the summer can be a little sporadic between showers, late storms in the afternoon. Often hot and muggy. It has been that so far in the tournament, but a little cooler here this evening.
15.
Unleashed that last forehand.
Trouble here for Team Czechia. Vavasori doing his thing at net. This is that gelling they do so well. Set up by a good return from Sara Rani, and then he starts covering the net. Smothers it. It seems like you have no space to get anything past him, which then suggests that you've got to start using a few lobs, push him back off the net.
13.
She's so smart. I mean, that ball should not have gone anywhere else, but she hits it into the proper spot every time.
Well, that's why she's so good.
Yep. She just plays the right shot so often, and she's given Team Italy and her partner, Andrea Vavasori, a break point. Oh, well done, Gabriella.
Yes.
Well, she knew it was coming at her, didn't she?
Yeah. And you could see how she just refused to move across, held her ground because she knew it was most likely coming line here. And then again, you know the second one's coming right back here at you as well.
So a deciding point. Assuming she's going to stay where she is at net. Good decision. Wonderful second serve. So that was a tough game. They got out of it.
3 games.
It's kind of game on from now, isn't it? You get the first set. And there's a thing in Australia called the chook raffle. You go down to the local pub and then you win a chook if you go into a raffle. And I think it's sort of like the first set's just like the chook raffle. You've just won the chicken to take home. It's nothing special. And the match starts now.
Is it a cooked chicken?
No, they used to do it like with frozen chickens, and they'd put them in a little cage and spin it, and then one would pop out and be different size numbered chickens.
And you want that?
No, that's what I call the first set of mix sometimes. Just like, yeah, frozen chook.
I feel like we need some time to just process what you've just told us.
It's kind of, yeah, it's exactly, it means
Were you entering in the chook raffle?
Yeah, you buy a ticket. And so
but why, though? Why do you want to win frozen chicken?
You want to take a chicken home. You go down to the pub, you have a beer, and you take dinner home and cook it.
they're not live chickens. They're frozen. You know how you can get different numbers, size 10, size 11, size 12, and so, yeah. You ever heard of that?
No, amazingly not. With two Aussie parents, I don't think they've participated in the raffle.
Your parents were travelling a lot.
Not proper Aussies, otherwise they'd be taking a chook home.
Anyways, that's a great return. I can hear you saying, what the heck are you talking about? Well, what I am trying to get to is the fact that for a set and a half, it doesn't really matter. The pressure is on, yes, for the Czechs here. But from 3-all, if you can get some momentum on your side, you sneak this set, and then it's all about a tie break. Then it comes down to point by point. And momentum can swing so quickly in these sorts of matches.
It's a great return, and from break point down in the previous game, they've got some chances here. One down, one to go. It's going to be Clinton again, so you imagine same kind of tactics. Serve, place towards the body, and let Vavasori do some work at the net.
There it is. That's what I was talking about. Momentum can change in a heartbeat, and Team Czechia have got the break. 4-3, they lead in the second.
And they are thinking, man, if I could just have a frozen chicken right now.
Yeah, the old chook.
I'm glad we don't have a British equivalent.
No. You have the meat raffle.
Like you go to Scotch egg or something.
You'd have the meat raffle. You don't have that either. You go down to the club and you buy your tickets, and you know they call out the number, and yep, that's me. And you then go and choose your tray of chops, or maybe there's some rump or sausages and rissoles. Very Australian thing to do in the summertime. Well, they're still in it to take a clean sweep here tonight. Team Czechia against Team Italy, having won both singles in very emphatic fashion. The Italians just looking to win this one for some pride. They're the favourites in here. You've got the US Open champions in Vavasori and Irani. But you've got two very accomplished doubles players that have both played a lot of tennis. We talked about how much Patrick Rickel has played in the Challengers over the last 12 months, and Gabriela Knudsen, who's played enormous amount of tennis in terms of matches at the college level. And you've laid out very nicely, Laura, how she chose to keep on studying. The studies are done, and now she's back here looking on the professional circuit at the United Cup representing Team Czechia. Good stories. What are the chances of hanging on to this service game, though, Andrea?
This first point was so important for Czechia and especially for Knudsen, who has this second serve. She just doesn't have enough spin, so when she gets a bit tight, it can fly on her on that second serve. But they do seem more and more comfortable out here.
Our career high doubles ranking is not particularly great. 270 in the world, but then you have to factor in just how much doubles she would have played at college. I mean, the amount of matches that you have to play in a season there is slightly ridiculous. Most people's bodies start to crumble slightly. So clearly she's used to it. And the fact that they've dropped into my formation, it's a good little partnership they've got.
14-18.
Well, some good quality first serves from Knudsen, and it's given an opportunity to consolidate that break.
And Vavasori just looks a bit out of sorts right now, as if he had a slight dip in concentration. So he will look to make this return now and hope Sara Errani takes it from there.
And misses by quite a way, overplays, and so it is Czechia 5-3.
Team Italy coming a bit unstuck here.
And Vavasori just a little rattled, isn't he? And that's what I was talking about. You know, I did go off tangent a little bit talking about the chook raffle, but it's exactly what I was sort of trying to allude to, is how things can really change. You can be on top and in mix, then things can just really feel like the floodgates open and you're drowning out there.
And you just see the communication break down a bit more as well, now that they're feeling a bit unsure. Previous matches, we've seen them cover the middle of the court so well, the Italians.
But I said it, how well Sara Errani's placing balls, and she hits the right shot, but so's Knudsen at this point, isn't she? When she's coming forward, she's putting it all in and around Errani, so Vavasori can't help. And that's why he started to get rattled, because he then starts to feel like, I have to do more, have to play bigger, have to try to help out, and then he's overplaying. He's missing by quite a way. That one overplayed, though. And there might have been a few nerves early on for Knudsen, because now she's really showcasing some of her skill set and enjoying it at the same time. That lovely little forehand gives Czechia a set point. And another poor miss on the volley, and so there you have it, from 3-all. Quickly, Czechia wins it, and we'll be back after this break for the deciding match tiebreak. Well,
that was a very quick shift of momentum halfway through that second set. The Italians just threw in a few unforced errors, you see there in the numbers. 7 unforced errors. Again, the points won on first serve has been a struggle for them tonight. 60% in that set, and comparatively Knutson and Rickel up at 85%, even though they're not making as many first serves in play. So how quickly it can change. They were able to convert the 2 break points, and now we're heading to a break, all to play for.
Well, it's been an exceptional night for Team Czechia. They have just played out of their shoes in the singles. Not that they're not worthy of doing that. Karolina Muchova kind of demolished Jasmine Paolini. A lot of people were surprised by that. But when you look at the head-to-head between the two of them, Muchova's always had the upper hand, but it was a very clean match by her. And then Thomas Mahat, she played brilliantly against Flavio Ciboli, one of the best matches that he would have played at tour level.
Yeah, Muchova making that head-to-head 5-0 against Paolini after today. Very one-sided, and it could be a one-sided tie if Team Czechia can win this breaker.
So if you're Team Italy here, this is where these first maybe 3 to 5 points, you've got to try to get that momentum back that was lost. So Vavasori there, you can see him running back to go serve again. He's just trying to switch the feel, and that helps enormously. So here's an interesting one for you. So when you start a new set, right, anyone can serve. So why did Patrick Rickel serve first? He only had 1 point.
That he's only going to have 1 point.
Yeah. That was a mistake, eh? Because now the pressure comes on Gabriela. And Italy make them pay the price. Yeah, there's a fair chance that Team Italy are going to get the ball back into play on the return of Knutson, but Rickel has been holding serve quite well. He's been, a lot of free points. So you've really got to think through, and they clearly didn't there.
I think with a 10-point tie break, though,
it evens out a little.
It evens out, and as long as you can keep it close till around 7-8, you've always got to look in. And they'll know that they're going to have a good chance on Irani's serve as well.
This is those crucial ones for Team Italy. Sneak one of these two, then you'd think, okay, we've done okay. It's a mini break for the Italians.
Team Italy.
And a change of ends after 6 points. Honestly, you do not need a sip of water after 6 mixed points.
It's late. Todd's had enough. They might be dehydrated.
They just had a set break.
Well, you can never get enough fluids in.
And they better not take a toilet break.
Oh, well done. He knew the first volley was coming straight at him.
5-2, Team Italy.
In that situation with Vavasori at the net, I'd probably just go return back cross court.
Well, 2 big holds of service points from Irani, so that pressure really on Czechia.
Team Italy.
It's a late move from Knudsen to go for the I formation.
Almost put Rickle off there, I think. Once she settled into this, you can really tell that Gabrielle's played quite a bit of doubles because her timing's really good in the move here. Look where she is there, and then bang, she's not hesitating. She realizes that that's her ball and she's out after it. So just the 1 point mini break difference.
6-4, Team Italy.
That's another must-win point for Vavasori on his own serve here. He's pulled it long. It was the right play. Irani had absolutely no chance of getting that one back in play.
So the gap widens with that unforced error off the backhand. 8-4, 2 points away, Team Italy. As we change ends once again after 6 more points.
More water?
More water.
Yeah, go on then.
This is not a sit down. Knudsen's sitting down. She's up again now, but
she forgot.
this is that point for pride for Team Italy.
Don't worry. She's on the case with the time clock.
She will be. I must admit, she's a wonderful umpire, Maria Cicek, that's for sure. She's incredibly experienced, but she didn't muck around for Team Czechia. Gave them a warning before we even started.
Back to the simple patterns of play. that won them the first set. It's a timeout. Who said, oh no? No, I think it was an accident.
Well, no, Team Czechia practiced it, and it has to be on.
Timeout is cancelled.
It's got to be before your own serve.
Which is something, hopefully, that we can change next year. I kind of like the concept of the timeout.
Timeout.
Oh, no. So.
False alarm.
False alarm cancelled. But yeah, if we could get it at any time in the mixed doubles, I think that's the way to go. It should be fantastic. But now it is match point. And there it is. Job done.
2 sets to 1. 7-5, 3-6, 10-4.
Team Italy go undefeated in the mixed doubles here at the United Cup, but it's Team Czechia who will go through to the semi-finals to take on the United States. Another entertaining mixed affair, and the US Open champions, after a little hiccup there in the second set, find a way to get it done, Laura.
Yeah, they had a brief dip in momentum in that second set, but came out firing in the tiebreak. They knew they had to lift the intensity. You saw straight away with the footwork and the patterns of play that they wanted to get the job done and get a point on the board for Team Italy. Even though they lost the tie, they didn't want to lose it 3-0. So, as expected, they've been the favourites in every mixed doubles match that they've played. Vavasori and Irani, so much experience on their side, and they've been fun to watch. You've got to give a lot of credit to Team Czechia, though.
Yeah, a good effort and a nice little comeback. As I mentioned, momentum can change so quickly, and it did there in that second set. But Vavasori found his mojo again in those early half a dozen points of the 10-point tie break. And the United Cup over for Italy, but most of their team in good form as they head on to their next event, whether that be Adelaide, Auckland, or some of them may be heading straight down to Melbourne for the Australian Open. Andrea Petkovic is in position. She's ready to have a chat to the winning duo.
They've got a great celebration, haven't they?
Well, they're great competitors, and all right, well, I'm going to pass it down to you, Andrea. All yours.
Sara, Andrea, this was a tough doubles for you. Italy had lost the tie, but you still came out and you were ready to play. What did you talk about before the match to come out so motivated, Andrea?
Yeah, it was tough because when the team loses, it's always not the best way to enter the court. But we are preparing the Australian Open mixed doubles, so every match counts for us, and always winning is always taking good things also for the motivation. So happy to take the 2-1 also for Italy, because 3-0 is different. And but Czech Republic played unbelievable today. The singles were too good, so congrats to them.
Well, I'm excited to see you at the Australian Open together again. And Sara, you are one of the best doubles players on the tour. Can you give us a few secrets on what it takes to play such a good doubles like you?
To find good partners. That is the best things that a double has to do. So, yes, we played. It was not easy to play today after the tough lose, but we tried our best, and was a good match for us today.
Now, Andrea, you are also one of the best doubles players in the world, but what happened on that one volley there? Do you remember the one?
Yeah, no, today was not easy because they were playing fast, so maybe I did not so many good volleys today, but it's important to win at the end. So I think in the tiebreak we play really good, so I take this, not the one.
You don't remember this. I saw your face, Sara, and I didn't know whether you will laugh at him or yell at him. What was your emotion in that moment?
I want to kill him, but he's fine. I mean, playing with him is so great for me. I think we are improving day by day, and even playing this match is important for us, so let's continue.
That was a really great effort, a point of pride for Italy. Well done, Sara Errani and Andrea Vavasori.
Well, they're in a good mood after a win like that, just to boost the team morale after a tough day at the office.
Well, it'll be a little cool down, perhaps a little bit to eat, and then everyone starts to work out their travel schedules. That's how it works at the tennis. You'll get inside, okay, what flight are we going to go? Have we got the hotel booked, and what time flights are there? All that sort of stuff. Or perhaps we might stay here for an extra day's practice. All those decisions are still to be made. As you take a look at that match summary, 71% of first serves in, that's still good serving, and
yeah, the difference was really the first serve points won, which in the previous matches has been up in the 80s, so a slight dip for them today on that side. And then you have to think it would have been an entirely different match if Knutson and Rickel had been able to convert a few more of those break points. 2 out of 10, that's tough in a mixed doubles, so many sudden death juices, but they put on a lovely showing, and you have to imagine that if Knutson can get her doubles ranking up, they might try and partner up in the future.
Let's take a look at the results and have a look at the scoreline in both the men's and women's singles. Karolina Muchova 6-2, 6-2 over Jasmine Paolini, and many, as I said earlier, thought that Paolini was going to be the favourite. Not the case here today. And what about 1 and 2 in the men's singles?
It's an absolute demolition derby out there in the singles matches. Cavalli just never got himself into it. Mahatch, you have to say, was playing extremely well.
Yeah, so that puts all of the semis in place. So 2 semi-finals tomorrow. This is the order of play, and this is the day session. This is Kazakhstan, obviously winning their group, and the quarters over in Perth. They will take on Poland. What do you make of that?
Tough match. Looking forward to the women's in particular. Rybakina against Świątek. That is a delicious matchup for first week of the year.
So that is the day session, and the night session looks like this. United States take on the winner of we've got a little bit to do in that final graphic there. Take on Team Czechia, and they're going to be some fantastic matches, as you mentioned. The women's in particular are sensational. So that's how it looks on a Saturday that's about to be coming your way from Sydney here at the United Cup. That is Ken Rosewall Arena. And this is how the teams have made it to here. United States beat China 3-0. We just saw Czechia defeat Italy. Kazakhstan defeated Germany 2-1. That match played in Perth. And then earlier today, Poland defeated Great Britain. So semi-finals are set. We're looking forward to those, and I hope that you can join us then. Thanks for watching the United Cup. We'll see you tomorrow.
Adiós.